race right here with the limited experts right there in row one. Jake Hill in the 179 car and Ali Easton in the 190 right next to Jake. And in the second row, Brixton Wirt in the 114 and the 777 car of Logan Menser. And right in the rear there in the 138, as it is on every one of his cars, Jackson Witherow. So we're just getting some TVs checked out up here, making connections so we have all our feeds out here. If you want to go on Core Racing, check it out. Go to Rumble and type in Core, or you can go to our website directly and go watch live. And once I get a thumbs up, all right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for some off-road racing? Let me hear you make some noise out there. Anybody at all make some noise? There you go. We got to make some noise. It is ready. It is cold. We are battling the cold out here, but we are not battling it. We are going to have some entertainment here for you, and we are ready for the greatest song in the world, for the greatest country in the world. If you will please stand and remove your hats for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Glen Helen, are you guys ready for some off-road racing action? Mia Chapman, we are back up here, and we are live, and we're ready to go racing out here at Glen Helen. We got a great race coming up here with the 170 experts. To be quite the race right here. We're starting off strong with this round 4, and this is Saturday. This is the main round. This is for all the tea in China right here. All right, well, Mia Chapman, this is quite a stacked field here. Jake Hill and Ali Easton, Logan Menser, all these names of Witherows, all these names, Brixton Wirt as well. These are some tough competitors. We've been watching them all season long do battle out here. So, man, it's going to shape up to be a great race here.
I think so, too. Yeah, some really fast kids in this class, and they always put on a great show, so hopefully they can keep it clean and have some great racing here today.
And I think that's key to keeping it clean. Is not just for keeping it clean for the competition, but you got to be careful in short course racing. If you don't keep it clean, you can actually take out yourself, which is a huge deal out here in short course racing. You want to try to keep it clean, be easy on equipment, so you're there at the end of the race.
Definitely.
And that is a lot to be said. These are definitely just one step away from being just an all-out demolition derby out there. These cars are racing within inches of each other when they enter turns. The track may look really wide from our perspective out here, but when you're down there on the course in the cars, everything changes. That track becomes awfully narrow, and you have to negotiate and keep that car in. But it's basically like keeping the car in between the lines as you drive out here to the track. Now, obviously, not quite to the extent, but what you're not taking into account, you're also now driving these cars as fast as they're capable of going.
Definitely, yeah. Looks like we're going to go green this time by.
The pace car, we had to get a new ball joint in the pace car. Shane out there, but he's got it going. And Shane's going to pull off right here at the crest of the jump. Ladies and gentlemen, green flag, no jump. We looked great. We've got a green flag start. And Allie Easton out front early out of turn one. And now it could be anybody's race. Jake Hill now coming to the outside. And right behind them, that's going to be the Brixton work car in the 114. And Jackson Witherow now already picking up a position. And the 114 of Brixton Wirt rounding off the top three. So back on schedule here. After a little bit of latency in the qualifying rounds, we've recovered it here. We like to run a tight ship here on our schedule, as you heard Jason talk about during the drivers' meeting. So Allie Easton now getting past, or we had it backwards. The 179, it's hard to tell. Both cars are white, but it is Jake Hill out front. And Allie Easton challenging for second place. She got beside him down the straightaway. It was a drag race. Allie to the inside with a great run there. What a pass into turn two. That was an exceptional move right there. But Jake Hill not going to give it up to her and just leave it. Have it. And now, Allie, we got a race on our hands. So Allie Easton having a tough grow. They just moved all the way out to Oklahoma and making their trek all the way out here to Glen Helen to race this race. Oh, we got a spin out. Wow, that's going to be, and the cars are still going forward. So the two leaders of Jake Hill and Alexandra Easton, they came together and let the whole rest of the field pass them in one corner. But now that's a great break for Jackson Witherow. He finds himself out front. And right behind him, the number 114 of Brixton Wirt. Brixton going to enjoy that foul up by the two leaders and now sitting in second place.
Definitely, yeah. Anything can happen, and it's going to be hard to make that time up coming from the back to the front. But, really some talented drivers in this class, so you never know how it's going to finish until it comes down to the end.
Well, if you look at this field out there, they're within a couple seconds of each other, the first all the way to the last car. So you cannot afford a mistake like that. That mistake, this is definitely a driver's class, but these cars at this moment, you can see the entire field right there in the view if you're watching it live on Rumble. And you cannot afford a mistake. One mistake, as you just saw, and the entire field can pass you just like what just happened. So tough break for Jake Hill and Alexandra Easton. But Jackson Witherow finding himself in the rear of the field now, all the way from the rear, all the way to the front in one corner. So when you run a class like this where all the cars are equally prepared, what is a different strategy you think you could take here, Mia Chapman?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on, the car. Obviously, each car out there is different, and the setup's different, and the driver is different. So I think it comes down to finding that key setup out here, and, I think a lot of them found that in practice yesterday. Getting, a 30-minute practice is definitely helpful. And if you just watch them, the driving styles are also unique and different, and seeing, maybe the outside in works for one driver and, the inside works for another. So it's really cool to watch and see, what kind of lines that they take.
I think the line selection is critical when you have cars that you see like this that are staying bunched up like this. That's proven to me that the practice did good, the qualifying rounds did good, and these cars now are dialed in for this track. Whether it be the obstacles, get the shocks dialed in, or whether it be the traction through the tires, but they get it all dialed in. There's not much you can do to it necessarily to a 170 to give you a crazy advantage, because the CC size on all these engines is, almost identical. Yeah. And that's hard to say because if it is a modified class, I'm sure the engine opens up a little bit. But, you're not really going to go too crazy in a modifying a 170 because you're limited by the rest of the car as well. They have a live axle rear end. That's a straight axle. There's no independence in the rear, and the front is just an LSA. Or actually, some are and some aren't. Back in the early ones, they designed like an I-beam of a Ford Ranger. So these cars could be a little bit different. But as you see, staying bunched together. But Jackson Witherow right now, checking out for the rest of the field, I think he's definitely got the hot line around the track.
Yeah, he's always a top runner in the course series, so it's awesome to see him out front. And, if you watch him, he keeps it very smooth with his lines, and I think that's, a key factor here with these cars, like we were talking about, not a lot of horsepower to get you around the track, so the least you can make mistakes, I think, is going to put you out front sooner.
Momentum is key, for sure, when racing a limited class, keeping the momentum up when staying off the binders. And if it's a limited class, you're probably not going too out of control into the corners. It's pretty much a pin it and go, and just make sure you steer it to the right way and find the short line around the track. That is critical as well. You had mentioned that. And choosing the right line and finding the short way, that's going to get you on top of the box.
Definitely.
Whoa, we got a rollover here. That's Brixton Weird. And I don't think there's going to be too much of an injury there. It could have been a little more violent from the cockpit than we just saw here, but I think we're going to be okay. You'll see the safety driver look in. Right now, the first question they ask, are you okay? Are you okay? The driver's responsive, gives thumbs up. They flip him back over, and I have a feeling, yep, you okay, you okay. And there you go, yep. Off and running. That's right. You're going to make an applause for that? Absolutely. Brixton just a little. We were just talking about keeping that momentum up. And I was going to probably bring into it that you got to be careful when you're bringing that momentum into a corner like that and hot trying to make it. There is room for a mistake like we just saw. Brixton does not appear to be injured in any way. But unfortunately, that's going to do it for that driver. But right now, the man of the hour, Jackson Witherow, out front with a very comfortable lead. I like to say at this point, he can just pull over and get a sandwich and get back out there.
Yeah, he's definitely got some breathing room now, and hopefully without any mistakes, he should keep that position. But look at who we have in second, all the way from the back.
Wow. We've got the white car up there. I do believe that's going to be Jake Hill. It's Allie. It is Allie. Looking at the overlay here on our screen up here in our booth, it is Allie Easton. So, man, she found a whole bucket full of inspiration. And there she is, the 190. I know her dad's got to be proud after a mid-race mishap. And white flag flies for the entire field. 6 laps done. on this Glen Helen circuit. It is great to be back out here at Glen Helen. I've seen so many great races here at Glen Helen. Well, just a few more turns to go, and Jackson Witherow's going to be the first person I talk to. So let's see how we're going to be. So our leader going down the back straightaway. One more turn to negotiate. And I'm going to be talking to the top of the box, Jackson Witherow. It's the checkered flag for Jackson Witherow. After having a rough start there and having to start in the back of the field. What a great job. And a young lady that I know is going to be very emotional because that was quite a race, but I can't wait to talk to her. And I hope she realized that was quite a race getting it down to second place. Can't be mad at that after coming back from the mishap they had there between Jake Hill and Ali Easton. That's a great turnout. And third place, unofficially, that's going to be Logan Menster. Well, what a great day to start off this racing today with these Warriors doing battle in limited expert class. And a little bit of drama out there, a little bit of colliding and changing leads. But still, what a great race. And I know Mr. Witherow was grateful for what happened in that mid-race. Goes from the rear all the way to the front. So... And I know Allie's got to be pretty excited getting back all the way up to second place after that. I figured. I did announce it that way. It's not like I'm getting to know her emotional side yet. In fact, of all the racers, I'm getting to know them the most. Without a doubt. Well, all right, let's start this off with Mr. Menster. Logan, what a great job out there. A lot of stuff happening behind you. I don't know if you were really aware of what was going on behind you.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening behind me.
But it looked good out there. How did it feel when you realized you were up there with the Forerunners?
It felt good.
It felt great. All right, well, let's talk about the people that get your race program here to Glen Helen.
2X Motorsports, my mom, my dad, and Monster Diesel Motorsports.
All right, very good. Make some noise out there, Mr. Menster. Get it done in third place. But this young lady, and I know we've been talking about the emotions and everything, a little bit of a mid-pack run in over there, but you were able to get it together and get it back to second place. You got to be pretty proud of that race.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's talk about it. What happened out there when you guys collided?
Well, we just kind of, got together, and then he spun that way, and so.
And you just had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
That's called he collected you, and you were a part of that carnage. But, man, you were able to keep your composure and get it done to second place. That takes a lot of strength and courage.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom and dad, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, R&R Steel, Rugged Radios, Hoosier Tires, Rob Muzzy, Power Glass, AZ Dentworks, Dynajet, and anyone else I'm forgetting.
Well, you got that part down pat. Make some noise, Allie Easton, everybody coming from the back and get it done to second place. But a man that started off well in the back, some stuff unraveled, and look at that, you inherited the lead. What did that feel like?
Felt pretty good. Like one mess up I can get through people, but they just took the outside on that one corner, so I just sneaked in and I got hit by Jake Hill. But
Oh, no. Well, you know what? You kept it together. The car stayed together. No damage there that prevented you from getting it done. But, man, once you got out front, you just ran a race, clean air, and here you are.
Yep.
All right, well, very good. Let's talk about the people that make it happen.
My mom and my dad, God for keeping me safe, Extreme Machine Fabrication, Jimmy for being my spotter, and Tyler for making my car, and all the other guys at Extreme Machine Fabrication, and Jaden, and what else? I forgot.
I think you're doing just fine. Anybody else?
No.
All right, well, you make some noise. He's got a smile on his face. Jackson Wither, your winner. Starting off our first race out here at Glen Helen. Very excited about that. And me and Chapman, we got another race in our hands.
We have our 170 limited intermediate class coming up next.
Well, I don't know if you guys can feel it up here, but right here, this pocket where our stand is, where we sit up here and announce from, it's like all the cold weather just comes right here, right to this pocket. Actually, down there, it's really not that bad. So, well, all right, Mia Chapman, the limited intermediate 170s coming up next. It's 6 laps, and we've got 12 competitors in this field. The fields are growing since qualifications, and on the first row, it's going to be the 831 car of Hudson Doyle. Right next to him in the 23 car, Kyler Mendoza. And if you're out there on the live track feed, you know somebody's watching Kyler. And this second row, Brianna Walton in the 190, BJ Hawthorne in the number 72. And in row number 3, 99, Brooks Hopkins. And right next to Brooks will be Riley White. Mia Chapman, who do you got in row 4?
In this fourth row, we have the 191 of Cassidy Walton. Right next to her, the 307 of Leo Torres. Row 5, the 213 of Blaine Proctor. Right next to him, the Y601 of Brevin Schroeder.
Schroeder.
And rounding out the sixth row, we got the 234 of Jace Wilson. And right next to him, the 471 of Charlie McKay.
So Mia Chapman with a long list, and we're already going green. Look at that. Brought him right out, let him go. Well, a long list of names we recognize there. Leo Torres, Hudson Doyle, Blaine Proctor. All of these drivers have the ability to get these cars on the top of the box. But a lot of other names out there. Kyler Mendoza out there and PJ Hawthorne. These boys and girls definitely have a great field out here to get a competition race on our hands. And you're going to see the same thing here. A lot of these cars going to stay bunched up. And this is a driver's class again. You know, we're talking about a limited intermediate class, so pretty much the cars are identical. And the only thing that are really different between the cars is setup and the driver's style, as we talked about earlier.
Definitely, yeah, a really competitive class with 12 drivers in this one. So, yeah, we'll see how it shapes up, but it's looking pretty clean so far.
So let me ask you this, being a racer, a long-time racer, you find yourself with a bad start in your mid to rear pack. What is the strategy that goes through at that point? You're just holding on, or are you trying to race Are you overdriving? You underdriving? You keep it together? What goes through a driver's head mentally? So what they have to do to try to get up to the forerunner? Are you just stuck there?
Definitely, yeah. I think you always got to push, especially if you get a bad start or fall back in the pack. You don't want to lose too much time because it's really hard to make that up, especially with these smaller cars. So yeah, I think really always pushing, trying not to overdrive the car. And as we saw in our last race, anything can happen. So you always want to be there to capitalize on that.
And that's true in off-road racing. Everything can change in literally a blink of an eye. Wheel could come off, a mishap from a driver. You're pulling up next to and trusting that they'll hold their line. And that's really key too, is holding your line. We talk about that. You hear that in off-road racing all the time. What that in essence means is if you're in a corner and you're side by side with somebody, you definitely don't want to switch lines. You could take a line as long as we were talking about keeping it clean, but that's kind of hard to do. You'll see drivers that are faster on the outside of a corner as opposed to the inside, but then you'll see somebody who could tuck in and take the inside line away from you and come out victorious with a pass. But right now, no pass needed. Out front and a little bit of a lead, the number 23 car of Kyler Mendoza and the 831 of Hudson Doyle and 190 Brianna Walton, your top three. So I can't help but wonder, you and I come from the valley in Phoenix down there, and the heat definitely plays havoc with the cars of an engine that's trying to stay cool. And if you're racing them, we know these engines get pretty hot. But also, the hotter air, a lot thicker than the brisk, clean, cold air that we have out here. So hopefully the engines tend to run a little cooler under these circumstances for several reasons, because the greatest thing to do to your engine is get it cold air. And that's why you've heard the expression of cold air intake. It's because you want that brisk, cold air into that air box.
Definitely, yeah. I think we'll see some of that helping out, and as well as keeping belt temps down possibly too.
Belt temps is huge. We talked about this off the microphone. It's kind of we were talking about other manufacturers that don't have the belts, and it's kind of crazy to realize as an announcer when I talk to a lot of these kids or a lot of the competitors in any form of racing that have the belts, oftentimes, we only had to change one belt today, and I'm thinking to myself, this has got to be crazy. This is off-road racing. I don't know that I could afford putting all that time and effort into narrow down to keeping a belt alive. I can't fathom that, to keep the belt alive the whole race.
Definitely, yeah. I think with short course racing too, that's the last thing you want to do is blow a belt, because you don't have much time to get that changed to make that time up. So hopefully we won't see any of that today, but you never know.
Well, especially in the format that we have here, these cars could literally be done with one race, and they're running over there to get into the next race. So, yeah, you definitely do not want to have catastrophic failure on your belt right at this moment, especially during short course. Now, when your belt temperatures get up high past, what your threshold is, what do you do then? Do you have to change your driving style? You have to lift a little bit on the pedal, or do you keep it down? What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, ideally you'd want to back off a little bit to hopefully get those temperatures to come down. But again, in short course racing, you can't afford to do that. So I think it's a gamble on if you keep. Yeah, it's a hard call to make.
I'm like Mr. Witherose said, I'm an all or nothing guy. So
I think that's how a lot of the drivers are out here too. I mean, if you have a problem, you're gonna run it until you can't. So because you can't afford to lose that time.
Make it or break it. That's about an off-road driver taught me that a while ago. I tell him I had it in a car after I got done prepping it, and it wasn't quite perfect because we couldn't get it 100%. But Pete Zorn told me, I said, man, Pete, just go out there and take it easy on the truck and just finish. And he said, no. I said, what do you mean, no? That doesn't make sense to me. He goes, well, I'm not coming out here. I'm coming out here to race. I want to win it. So it's win it or break, man, for Pete Zorn when he was really dominating a lot of the races that he would race. But here we go. car number 23, Kyler Mendoza out front with at least 2 more laps to go. The 831, we don't have a lead change, but what do we have here? The 213 car made his way into 3rd place. Blaine Proctor, we talked about Blaine earlier in this, a veteran of this class so far for the year 2024. See, product placement here. She's a good sponsor. See, there she goes.
It's kind of what I live off of, so.
Yeah. Boy, when I was younger, Red Bull was king. I'd always have a case of water, a case of Red Bull. 2 or 3 Red Bulls before a moto. Oh, that statement, it gives you wings, definitely does. Do you notice they had to put a couple more I's in the word wings?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the kind of society we live in these days. You have to tell people that Red Bull doesn't really give you wings. They're just wings. But all right, now the car is starting to settle. I don't think I see another race. The only race I see over here is for 6th place. Those 2 cars, and that's going to be, we'll get a number here as we go by. So here's the race for 6th place. But the 124 car ahead of the 471, so Riley White and the 471 of Charlie McKay battling it out for 6th place, but it looks like the victor right now, Riley White, was able to get around and extend that gap to where got to have a lot of work to get there from Charlie McKay. White flag flies for our leader, Kyler Mendoza. And I don't think the 831 car is going to have anything for him unless Kyler makes a dreadful mistake right here. I don't think anything is going to change.
Definitely, yeah. Hard to make up that gap with, only 1 lap left to go, but they're running a really smooth race so far and finding themselves up in the front.
Smooth is key out here. The least effort you can put out into off-roading. If you're really sawing on the wheel, you're really slowing down your time. But if you're smooth, as we see Kyler Mendoza choosing the right lines, executing and hitting his marks. And look at this. Just going to drive it on home right now, pretty much unchallenged. Now, that's another thing. If you have a lead this far on the last lap, do you kind of back it down a little bit, or do you just stay racing?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can, but I think these kids are always pushing it and always wanting to hit as far ahead as they can, so.
I think I asked you this question before. Do you remember the first time you won a race?
Yeah, definitely. I think every kid does.
Yeah. I know I did. There you go. Great applause there for Kyler Mendoza, your unofficial winner. And right behind Hudson Doyle in the 831, and a great performance out of the 213 of Blaine Proctor. Well, come on over here, gentlemen. Great job. Great job. Well, Blaine Proctor, what a great position you were there for the transfer to get up here out of this podium, man. You picked it up, and pretty much that's where it stayed for the race.
Yeah, I just started in ninth. Was pulling my way up. I got a good start, and when I passed Brianna, I was just felt like I was pulling away.
You did. Everybody at the last few laps there found their groove, and you guys started building the gap.
My goal was catch up to Doyle, but he was just taken away. So I was just trying to be cautious because in practice yesterday and qualifying this morning, my chain popped off. So I was just trying to be more cautious.
Yeah, you got to really drive in this class because these cars pretty much equally prepared, and it really comes down to the driver. So that was good strategy, I think, on your part.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
PCR, my dad for coaching me, Jimmy for helping me, my mom and my family for supporting me, my Extreme Machine Fabrication for making my car, and Withrow Construction for helping out.
All right, make some noise out there. Blaine Proctor doing a great job in third place. But Hudson Doyle, man, once you guys got out front, it's like it was your guys' race, and if you didn't catch the leader, you were just sitting there for second place.
Yeah.
Tell us about the race for you, though.
It was fun. I started off in first. I scrubbed a lot of speed in the corner. He took my inside, and I just stayed second.
And that's in this kind of racing. If you guys, as I was telling Blaine, you guys are equally prepared. And you get that way, there can be room for no mistake there, as we saw.
Yeah.
All right. Well, very good. What's your strategy coming out for the next race for tomorrow?
I'm gonna try and do better on that corner. I scrubbed a lot of speed on.
What do you think is the main input on that? You or the car?
Me.
All right. Very good. So that means you can work on it. All right. Well, perfect. Well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom, my dad, and grandparents, family, H&H Jumpers, Valley Beverage, the Body Process, Queen Racing, Hostile, Prime, the Prime Leaf, and all my friends.
All right, well, very good. Make some noise for this gentleman. Hold it down. But Kyler Mendoza, we got some people on the live chat over there on the feed watching you from remotely, so talk to them.
Yeah, it's probably my grandma she's staying in Arizona because she has to do some stuff with her dog, but,
Well, you were able to get a victory for her, so she was able to watch it.
oh yeah, she's probably screaming, like, happy.
All right, well, very good. I know a lot of people here enjoyed watching that race, so take it from you. How did you get in there?
I mean, I was just waiting for Hudson to scrub or mess up, and then I just passed him on his inside, and then I was really just stuck in first.
Well, you were definitely running your own race there. You built quite a gap, and you were able to keep it together for the finish here. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
JG, Extreme MF, Hoosier Racing Tire, and Legion Tattoo, and my parents and my grandparents.
All right, the grandma's sitting there watching at home. Make some noise out there for your winners. He got it done. Kyler Mendoza. Well, let's talk more races. Mia Chapman, who do we got coming up next?
Have the 170 limited beginner class coming up next.
All right, all right. That was quite a race out there. We were talking about the limited classes, and it's pretty much you got to get your passing done and find your position and make sure that you make your marks and everything that you have got here for the weekend. Qualifying rounds. We had practice on Friday, and then qualifying rounds here today, and having everything dialed up for the strategy here once you get back out here to the racers. Well, let's talk about the racers. Who do we have in this race? Or not. I always do that, don't I? Here we go. In row number one, the 188 of Dylan Liamoses. I hope I got that one right. I'm working on it. In the number 2014 car in row 1, Cooper Hoganus and Carter Hoganus in the second row in the 8415 car. You'll see them in the green and blue cars respectively. Payson Waddell right next to him in the 33 car. On row number 3, Price Waddell will be the inside to the outside of the 56 car, Stetson Wyman. Row number 4, Carly Warapius. Look, I took the tough one for you. At 98, Murphy McKay. But who's going to round off this field?
Fifth row, we have the 747 of Zeppelin Ledbetter. Right next to him, the 101 of Mason Dolgerian. Sixth row, we have the 114 of Tanner Hodge. Right next to him, the 102 of Wyatt Dolgerian. And rounding out that field, the 44 of Steele Hopkins.
I think California's confused. The sun's out, and it's still cold. If I'm not going to get excited about the races, I got to get excited that it's cold. I just am excited to be back here at Glen Helen Raceway. Glen Helen Raceway, if you have raced any type of off-road racing, whether it be motocross, whether it be the short course, the short course was new here. There used to be a flat track out here. The flat tracking for years, we would actually race motocross, and we'd come watch the flat track out here at night. In fact, some of the motocrossers would come out here, and they would actually come out here and race the flat track after getting done racing motocross all day. You want to know why I know that? Because I was one of them. Here we go, but racing right now, the 170 limit here at Core. So the Hodgeness brothers, Carter and Cooper, gotta watch the number 188 car of Dylan Leomosis. And Dylan doing a great job. As we know, the Hodgeness brothers, they are tough competitors to beat in this class.
Definitely, yeah. As we've seen with our other classes, you never know what can happen. The field can shake up so easily. But looks like they're keeping it clean, and this is one of the bigger fields we have out here with 13 cars. Yeah, please. Thank you. I didn't get my ticket until like a minute before I had to be up here, and I was like, great.
Back to racing. I love the line that Dylan has chosen here. You can see from the drone footage, Dylan finding a lot of great places to let that car hang out in the corners. May not be the fastest, but boy, it sure is fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely carry a lot of momentum that way, and I think that's something you can really only do when you're out front and have clean air to run by yourself.
I tend to agree. Buddy of mine, we were talking about Pete Thorne earlier, and he had a go-kart business. It was actually called Speedway. That's why he had it on the side of his truck. Well, I used to go there and work on the truck and put in some laps, and I could find the fastest lap, but I always had a blast setting the car up, already drifted it, and backing it into every single corner. You know, definitely not the fastest, but what was really cool, if you're out there riding with one of your friends, you just come to the inside and drift all the way around the corner pointing at him, you know, in a go-kart. Very similar here to these cars right here, so. But without the cage. So the Hodgeness brothers just having to watch Dylan Leomosis. And Dylan again let it hang out in turn 2. I think Dylan, if Dylan stays on the top, I got to say, man, you really like turn 2. You took all of turn 2 in that groove up there. Definitely making it look cool. You'll have to watch Dylan when he goes into turn 2 here. I'll try to get your attention, but really makes a show. And these cars very hard to set up and drift because you're not really drifting because of power. You have to keep that momentum up and keep your foot in it. So Dylan Leamos is doing a great job holding off the brothers, the Hodgeness brothers, Cooper and Carter. But right now, that race, it's the 2014. If they get on this podium again, I have to ask questions that keep them from having a little sibling rivalry. Did you and your brother have any sibling rivalry ever?
We never really raced against each other, so not really, but I feel like if we did, a lot like, the siblings that are in this class too, I think we would for sure.
Right. How about at home over video games and everything? Did you ever play video games with your younger brother?
I don't play video games at all, so.
That's good. That's good. Neither do I. They were, back in the day, gaming was just kind of new, you know what I mean? And we were just building up the social side of it. But my favorite game at the time was Unreal Tournament 2004. Yeah, man. And Unreal is still one of the big games even today. But back to racing. No video games going on right here. Dylan Leamosis out front. The Hodgeness brothers, they're just going to have to sit there and watch it from their race seat there. They are normally the two dominant drivers here, but now Dylan now having to deal with some lap traffic. Didn't get a showboat into turn 2. And you can see there on the screen, Dylan doing a great job working his way through lap traffic. And this is where it's critical to choose the line as you go around lap traffic. Dear California, I have a request. When the sun is out, it can no longer be cold. Thank you, Mark Wright. So the 170 limited beginners. Hogan is just having what a great view there. You can see the drone right next to our leader. Brian, such a fabulous drone pilot. And have you ever flown a drone? It is not as easy as Brian's showing us. Like, man, he flies that like he's walking around the park. Like, literally walking around the park.
Oh, yeah. It definitely takes a lot of skill, like watching these guys fly the drones and seeing all the controls. It's definitely not something you can just pick up and do. So, yeah, big props out to them. It's so cool to get all the different angles on the racetrack from these drones.
Really is. It's amazing what it has done to motorsports especially. And some of the other sports, like if you're watching a football game, they have the drones out now. But, man, a skilled drone pilot like our boy Brian down there, Tyler, those boys. A lot of people envy our job, but I envy their job. What did you do today? Oh, I flew my airplane all day long. That's what I did. I moved some joysticks on my controller. Talk about playing a video game all day. We got a race going on here back in the pack there. For our 5th and 6th position, you see the blue car rallying to get around. We've got a race back here in the 6th and 7th position. That is the Warapius car, Carly Warapius, 302. And the 56 car of Stetson Wyman, and they're putting in a battle over there. And the number 8 car, unaware of what's going on behind them, that's Bryce Waddell. White flag flies for our leader, Dylan Leomosis. And our leader coming around. We got a battle going on still. 7th place. Carly Warapius takes. Oh! Warapius collects up our 56 car. Stetson Wyman. Wow. We'll see how that shapes up. But right now, our winner coming around. Our winner coming around right now, Dylan Leomosis in the 188 car. And unofficially in second place, the 2014 car of Cooper Hodgeness. And Carter Hodgeness right behind brother. We're going to talk with the brothers. Let's see if we can keep that respectful on the podium this time. But Dylan Leomosis very excited right now. And tough break for Carly Warapius. But that sometimes is racing. You take high risk, high payout, but that risk fails. And we can see what just happened. All right, well, this is a great race out here, and we're going to start this off with Carter Hodgeness. Man, I always mess that name up, don't I? But I got it right there at the end there. All right, hey, you two look great out there. Tell us about the race.
It was fun. Just couldn't handle the corner 2 and corner 3.
What do you think is going on in that corner out there?
Too tight. I just can't keep my speed in it.
So you have to really step it, sidestep it, and slow it down?
Yeah.
And then accelerate and try to get back in the pack.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's still visually spectacular to watch. You guys did deliver quite a race out there. So what are you going to change for tomorrow?
I'm gonna do my best to beat first and get first.
All right, in that corner there, what are you going to do there?
Just stay in it.
Maybe, I don't know, try another line, go wider. I mean, I don't know. I'm not out there. That track, that corner, though, does seem like it's the one that the races are won or lost.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
Friends, family, 518, Troy for being my spotter, Hogness, Dairy, Chad, all those other sponsors.
All right, make some noise out there. Just did a great job. But the brother right here, I love it. You got it done today. How do you feeling out there?
I don't know.
Mixed feelings?
Yeah.
Like you just really wanted that victory, didn't you?
Yeah.
Dylan did a great job. You got to give it up. Dylan really, once got out front, just kind of led the way, and that was that.
Yeah.
Did you make a lot of mistakes out there, or did you run a smooth race?
Smooth.
So, man, all right. So then it gives you some room to work here for tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
2X Motorsports, my mom, my dad, Uncle Kenny, Oma, Opa. Thank you for Connor being my spotter, Jake, and Chad.
All right, but very good. Make some noise for this young man. You tell, I know these two, and he's a little emotional right now, but I got it. But this young man, once got up front, just simply check out. Dylan, you got to feel pretty happy with your results right now.
Yeah, I am.
Tell us about your race.
I was all good, but like in Tuna 2, I was just messing up so bad.
Man, but you still got it done. I'd hate to see a race if you just had no mistakes.
Yeah.
Just clean check out, wouldn't you? All right, well, very good. Like your humble attitude. That's great attitude to have up here. What's going to be different for tomorrow?
I think I'm just gonna try to practice on Tuna 2. That's
All right, very good. Well, tell us about the people you want to say thank you to.
I just want to say thank you to my two brothers, my mom and dad, and Georgia Lamosas Racing.
All right, well, make some noise. He's got it done. Dylan Leomoses. And let's talk about, I'm looking up there. Oh, look at this. I look up there, and I have no Mia Chapman. Well, stick around. We got more racing coming up. Look at that field of all these cars out here. That's a lot of cars. so tightly packed up here to block you. This is a challenge. This is like the announcer Olympics going on over here. Well, all right, we are back on schedule here. We got the main. This is round 4, the 170 modified. About 10 cars in this field, or just under 10, 9 cars rather. And on P1, Samuel Gibbs, right next to Samuel Gibbs, the 190, Allie Easton. You heard her. She had some tough motor issues. Gave the motor to R&R Steel over there and the Van Beekums, and they were able to get her out to racing after Aniko here telling me that they moved to Oklahoma. So between racing and everything, they were able to get it. In fact, I'm sure you're here to correct me.
Zoe is the one Bobby helped.
Oh, Zoe is?
RS1.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Allie. All right. Well, it's Zoe. Well, we'll get it straight. You know, that's why I keep saying I'm unofficial, because I'm already on my mistake meter. I've already made a couple mistakes today, so. But we'll get it. So Allie Easton back out here, no problems with her car. Jake Hill, the number 170, very tough competitor, and Bryce Reamer is what I'm going to say, unless it's Rimmer, but I think it's going to be a Reamer there when you have it done that way. But tell us who we got in row number 3.
Row 3, we have the 136 of Crew Hart. Right next to him, the 11 of Jackson Cotter. Row number 4, the 695 of Ryder Forrester. Right next to him, the 199 of Luke Torres. And rounding out the field, the 471 of Charlie McKay.
So I had it wrong. It wasn't Rimmer. It wasn't Reamer.
Close.
Well, there's only one more option when it's R-I-M-E-R. Rhymer. Leave it to the I to be long. All right. Well, we got it corrected, though. It's Rhymer. And you said Luke Torres was in there in the 199 car and Charlie McKay in the 471. This is going to be a great field here. These are the 170 modifieds. So like the name, as we talked about earlier, too, you can jump up a class. You just can't go backwards. Try to smile here because I don't want to look over and see that we're on. Yeah, and we were. All right, there you go. Always keep a smile on your face. Never know when the camera's on. But, you know, we try to keep it fun here as well. Everything professional here at Core, and has been done. I've been announcing for about 30 years now in my life. And I always have wished when we do professional events like this that we can kind of let ourselves go a little bit and not be so always tight and tight and proper. So great to be here, and we're being live on Rumble if you guys are just now joining us. In fact, I got to get the phone situated again, and I can start to get some of the reactions here. But let's see if I can get it fired up. Sit tight.
We are green with our 170 modified class.
Well, Mia Chapman, we've got a lot more people on our live track feed. We had about 85 people there watching, signed in and watching. If you're out there, I just got the phone back up so I can see your live chat. So if you guys have any questions out there, feel free to post them on the live chat talk. I have it right here in front of me. Any questions at all for me, Mark Ryder, or Mia Chapman, or any of the questions we have for racing out there? If I don't have the answer, I'll get you the answer. But feel free to write it in. Or if you just want to hear a shout out to your favorite driver that maybe hasn't been out there getting our praise, I have no problems with giving your driver a little shout out. But back to racing right now. The number 15, Samuel Gibbs, just checking out. And the man that we learned how to say the name, Bryce Reimer, in second place. And the 190, the girl we know, she's been out here. She's the Swiss Army knife, but do it all, Allie Easton. Allie Easton, very emotional, just like somebody else I knew. Out there racing, definitely a tough competitor.
Yeah, you can definitely see the passion with her and a lot of the kids out here. They just want to win and they want to do their best. And, you know, to be doing this at so young takes so much talent, and big props to them for holding it down out here.
Do you find yourself looking back and reflecting off the way when you were younger and how, I mean, I know you're still passionate, but now you deal with it a little bit different. Being an adult, you're actually, you're a beer drinking age, so you're a full-blown adult these days.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of memories, especially here at this racetrack. I grew up racing here for years with Lucas Oil. So to be out here announcing with you and watching these races, there's nothing better.
Do you ever revisit that race? Well, for example, when you broke the axle there at the scramble, how did that feel? And how did you deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the older you get, the more you understand when your car breaks. It kind of is what it is. You have to deal with it, and especially with minor breaks like an axle or something like that you can still drive and race with, and really just try to make it to the end and finish your best.
Definitely racing and braking is definitely the heartache of racing. Short course racing, more of a sprint. Get out there and race as fast as you can. But I think they're on the longer races, such as a scramble or a desert race, I think the strategy is kind of be easy on equipment, because attrition is what will win you that race more than anything.
Yeah, definitely.
But right now, no attrition necessary. Samuel Gibbs going to sprint all the way to the checkered flag with a 157 car. Bryce Reimer now being challenged for second place. And that's quite the competitor there, too. Allie Easton, you don't want to go drag racing with her down the front straightaway. As she goes to the inside, look at this. Allie with a great line. Can she make the pass stick? No. Bryce Reimer was able to keep the momentum on the outside. And generally in off-road racing, you can sail yourself. The inside line is always the fastest, but right there in turn two, a little bit of a mistake there from one of the cars. Always getting collected into the wall, almost getting collected into the wall there. So Samuel Gibbs, does that name sound familiar? Gibbs? Remember Trey Gibbs come out there and race with us all the time? Well, Trey Gibbs right now just really enjoying his unlimited trophy truck drive right now. He has fully moved on to desert racing.
Definitely, yeah. Samuel's been, a name on our mic since the beginning of the season, so he's also following in those footsteps and, making a name for himself and killing it out here.
Yeah, sometimes that's a danged if you do, danged if you don't moment when you start mentioning that, get pedigree of names there. Caden McCachran, first time I saw Caden McCachran, I walked over there and interviewed him because I had to. He was co-riding with Brent Fox. And I had to walk over there and say, here's a McCachran. Something good about off-road racing. And he little distraught, not upset, but distraught that I had mentioned that, he's a McCachran and he's riding with his dad, He said, man, I just want to break free and be my own racer, without having to ride up my dad's curtail. And that's a true story. And I think a lot of the racers that share some of the other successful names, they want to make a name for themselves But they got that name, so we got to talk about it, man. And Trey Gibbs, tough competitor in short course racing when he was racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you'll actually hear Samuel say thanks, Trey. But right now, Samuel Gibbs enjoying this race out front. And now get a challenge from Allie Easton. And Allie's tough in this turn two right here. Allie to the inside, loving that line. Picks it up a little bit. But Samuel Gibbs closing the door on the outside. And here comes that lovely wind. Oh, I just love it. That's sarcasm, everybody. So, hey, Mark, you're all red. Are you sunburned? No, I'm windburned. This is what the wind does to you after being sitting in an announcing booth for 10 hours straight. Getting sandblasted. All right, back to racing here at Glen Helen. Great to be back at this circuit. Allie Easton now right on the bumper of Samuel Gibbs. Allie Easton right now closing the gap. She's got a bumper. She's got a wheel. She's going to tuck down to the inside. She loves the inside of turn two right there. But Samuel Gibbs again closing the door, carrying the momentum on the outside.
Yeah, that outside-inside line over there is hard to make it work. I mean, you have to keep the momentum up on these cars. You know, they don't have, like we talked about, the biggest horsepower. So, yeah, definitely tough to get a ride and make that pass happen.
Well, I do admire Allie for trying different lines to make it stick. She loves the inside. That would tell me that her car is tight. And you can see there from the drone footage, Allie taking advantage of her car being tight. And what that means is, if you're new to racing or have never raced before, tight is where the car will turn on a dime. Loose is where you'll turn and the car kind of pushes. So her car definitely tight unless both cars are equal. And Allie's just being really aggressive on her line choice. And you'll see it here. They're pretty much equal coming into turn two. They got a lap driver to deal with, but Allie Easton's going to go drop down to the inside. And now that's going to leave Samuel with having to deal with the lap driver. But no change here. Just this lap, 3/4 of a lap to go. Can Allie get it done? But she is definitely showing us a great race, that is for sure. Samuel Gibbs having to bump the lap driver out of the way. That's Charlie McKay. Charlie McKay now gets a front row seat of the finish here. Oh, I didn't even know it was off. I didn't even know it was off. I mean, I'm not going to complain with it being on. But Allie Easton trying to make one more charge. She's not getting it done. It's Samuel Gibbs, Allie Easton, and Bryce Reimer rounding off your top three. That was quite a race. Allie Easton was there the entire time. Could have picked up that ticket if any mistake was made.
Yeah, no, it was a good race for sure. A lot of action in that one.
They ran identical fastest laps.
No way. So, here you go. Look at that 941 with a 941. Samuel Gibbs and Allie Easton. Wow.
That is interesting. You never see two drivers set the same fast lap in a race.
No. Well, but their overall elapsed time too. It tells a tale as well. They basically just ran the same race, minus second. That's crazy. That's awesome. 6 laps and only a difference of 0.2 of a second. That's amazing. We'll have to talk about that on the podium. Gives us something to talk about. was your question? The what? Oh, big rocks. I thought you were saying put your big Crocs on. I'm like, what the heck are you talking? I did. I swear to God. And then I made her say it again. And it was, well, what a race we just witnessed right there. What a great race. These Warriors doing a great job. Bryce Reimer, come on. Let's start with you. Bryce Reimer, wow, your mom's pretty excited over there.
They're feeling pretty good.
That's a good race out there. A lot of cars out there. And once you guys found your groove, there was some battles shaping up behind you.
Yeah, I tried to catch up on them.
Well, I think you did a fine job out there. It was definitely fun to watch and very fun to announce. So what are you going to change for tomorrow?
It feels pretty good.
Very good. Just say keep it as it is. We'll just come out here and get it done again. All right. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen.
My mom, my dad, and my grandma and my grandpa, though, TJ's Rentals, and Reimer's Trailer Sales. Though, and that's it.
All right, Bryce Reimer, everybody, third place, very excited. That young man smiled, just doing a great job. Allie Easton. So we got to cover a few things before I get the microphone to there. First of all, your elapsed time between you two. You ready for this? You guys just ran the same race. 0.2 of a second overall. Okay, 6 laps. That's all he had on you. Now, your dad told me, and this is just what your dad said, so don't kill the messenger. You guys shared the same fastest lap, so you got to be happy with that performance.
Yeah.
I mean, you were choosing a great aggressive line to the inside there, and you made the pass, but boy, that outside line come and bite you when the door was closed on you.
Yeah.
But you did an amazing job, man. You know what? I'm a friend of yours already because you've been at all these races, but man, I'm becoming a fan of yours big time. I'm not kidding. So I've never heard her not say at least yes. Well, hey, great job out there, and that was a good race right there.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen.
My mom and dad, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Shelby, Dynajet, R&R Steel, Rugged Radios, Hoosier Tires, Tatum, and anyone else I'm forgetting.
Man, I love you to death. You remind me of a young lady who was very passionate about racing, and she was the same way, same interviews, same kind. You know who that was? You want to know who that was? It was Mia Chapman, that young lady sitting right there. Now she's up next to me. You want to come announce with me?
What?
You want to come announce with me?
Sure.
She said sure. All right. Well, let's keep it going. This man, no stranger to this podium, makes some noise. Samuel Gibbs, everybody. Dude, that was a great race. And I thought it was just kind of be like you're going to be up there and you're checking out. But, man, you really had to stay on your wheel on that one.
Yeah, I really had to.
Man, tell me about it. Once you got out front there, did you feel Allie right there all the time?
Yeah, all the time. I heard Allie right behind me.
You did a great job. She was picking a very aggressive line to the inside, man, but you were there to close the door almost every single time.
Yeah.
All right, great. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen over here.
My grandma, my dad for spotting for me, Steve, KB Engineering, TGR, and everybody else who sponsors me.
All right, Samuel Gibbs, everybody, your winner, and he's got it done. Man, we got some excited racing. These kids are excited. I got to get out the way so these mom and dad can get pictures. Hey, let's talk about what race we got coming up next.
Up next, we have our 800 open/modified class.
Hey, can you help me out? How many racers are in the 800 open? Do we have it by class up there?
I don't believe so. There looks like there's 7 in the open class.
7 in the open class? Now what about the other one? There's 800 open and 800 naturally aspirated. All right. I'll come up there and figure it out.
Looks like there's 5 modified cars and 1 open car in this class.
All right. Let's meet the drivers as they are in this race. We only have one open 800 here, and that's Logan Menser. Jackson Witherow out there in the 138 with the livery that he always has, the green and white, and coming up in the 197 right next to him, Kayla Saint and Audrey French in the second row in the number 122 car. 213, we saw him earlier, Blaine Proctor made an appearance on the podium, and Logan Menser, the lone open 800, and Olivia Woods in the 583 car. So this is the 800s now. We're starting to get into a bigger CC class, and I think the speeds are going to increase here, so I think the racing's going to become a little more edgy.
I think so, yeah. We got a little bit of a look at them in qualifying, but it's race time now, and they're all going to be buckled down and ready to go, so we'll see how it ends up out here.
I mean, there's a lot of changes you can make here from practice that we had practice going on all day yesterday, and now coming out here for the qualifying rounds. You just let it all hang out what you did in practice, make the adjustments to the car, such as tire pressures, shock rebounds and compression. I'm assuming you can even change jetting in these cars to get it to run leaner or richer. But it all comes down to what's going to happen right here. The pace car is now coming around. And I like the way Shane's doing this right out. Shane pulls off, and it's go time. So green flag. Oh, what's going on? Okay. As we read in the rule book today, nothing I can say about it. But it looked to me like, all right, but we're still goes, so I'll keep that thought to myself. But I know that livery out front. We know that. The 138 of Jackson Witherow. Some of the hats are just made small. I mean, I know I have a Oh, we got a race shaping up early behind Jackson Witherow. And already a little bit of a place change. A 583 with the whole shot. But Olivia Woods now having to settle for second place. And Kaya Sane in third place. Can Kaya get around Olivia Woods? Kaya's got Olivia firmly in her sights. And there you can see the drone, if you guys can see it from our vantage point. And Logan Menster, that red, white, and blue car, the lone 800 open out there against the 800 modifieds. So if you're out there watching this via Rumble, I've got it pulled up here on my phone. If you guys have any questions at all for me or Mia, that's why I've been struggling all the time looking up here for me or Mia. Mia. You probably heard that one too. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard them all. Just kind of what happens when people know you and, you know, it's their way of saying they love you, because if they tease you, they love you, right? Because, like, my last name's right. They're, oh, Mr. Wrong. You're always wrong. I mean, right?
I don't know. I guess so.
I think there's certain people, if they tease you and they stop teasing you, that's when you worry. You're like, whoa, what'd I do? Well, let's talk about what we did. Jackson Witherow out front here early in this 800 modified. And once again, Brian doing a fabulous job putting that drone right on point. What great footage, and there it is. You see it live right now. And you can see what I'm talking about. So let's talk about some of the vendors that we have out here. I can right when I mentioned the vendors, you hear the mighty horns of Chris Bollinger out there. You guys go over there and check them out. These are made from your favorite drill, the DeWalt, the Ryobi. You can hear them out there. These are air compressors put on the end of your drill. And you squeeze the trigger and away it fires, turns the compressor, blows the horns, and you got the mighty horn. These things are awesome. You can buy them complete with the drill, ready to go. Right here today. You buy them, you go leave with them today. Buy them and bring them up here and blast away for your favorite driver. But Mighty Horns, go over there and talk with Chris. He'll tell you what he's got going on. Weller Racing, new for 2024 here at the court. We're going to see Jason Weller out here in the pro class, in the Turbo Pro class. And Jason and Bobby Van Beek, and Bobby now with a broken finger took a rock right to the finger, right to the back of Jason's car, spin a rock, hit him right in the hand, and it's definitely broken. I don't know if you've seen it, but if it's not broken, it's a big old hematoma, and it is severely injured.
Yeah, no, definitely awesome to have Weller Racing out here. They make some amazing cars. I run one of their cars, and I definitely love it, so great to see them out here.
Well, let's learn more about them. Weller Racing, LLC, established in 2006. Weller Racing is at the forefront of the UTV performance industry. Racing specializes in building and repairing UTV motors They are also extremely adept in working on quads, motorcycles, and just about anything that requires fuel to run. If you want to go faster, have your motor be more reliable, or just get the machine serviced or repaired, Weller Racing is here for your motor needs, offering parts in the off-road and racing industry for Can-Am, Polaris, the Weller SR1 class, the Honda, Kawasaki, and Yamaha. If they've got it, they've got you covered. Go check them out, Weller Racing in Chandler, Arizona, and their new facility. I still have not been able to run down there and see all those trophies on one wall given by these two. And I thought to myself, all those trophies, I said, well, I've at least handed you guys half of those trophies. So, the pace car is out. Now, that could be out for a multitude of reasons. We had a full course caution. That tells me we probably got a car caught. And let's get to the live track feed. And who are we missing? So there's the Menster car, Withrow car. All right, maybe it was already worked out. So we'll restack them. What happened? I saw that. Oh. Well, Mia Chapman, I was just reminded, we've instated a competition yellow in certain classes. In fact, every class from here on out will have a competition yellow.
You know, that'll add a really interesting element to it because, you know, you can be running out front and, you know, have the lead by a lot, and the competition yellow comes out and you all regroup and take that green flag again, and anything can happen in those remaining laps, and it can give, you know, people an advantage that are, you know, far in the back to hopefully drive to the front. And yeah, I don't know, we'll see. It'll be interesting.
So let's be acting like we're not live on a track stream right now. We were just sitting back at the pits talking right now. How do you feel about a competition yellow? Do you think it's good or do you think it's bad?
I grew up having competition yellows, so I mean, I'm used to them. I don't mind them. I mean, I think they help you out. You know, like I said, if you're in the back and you're trying to make those spots up, a competition yellow comes out and it can definitely, you know, benefit you. And I mean, we saw some of these fast guys out here today, and I think it's a cool element, and I like it.
I have to sit on the other side of the fence. My attitude is a race is a race. That means once you get the green flag, it's go time. And if somebody runs away with it, yes, it's not very exciting racing. But if somebody runs away with it, that's that. I mean, in desert racing, it's the same way. You don't get a competition yellow.
Yeah, this is a short course racing, though. That's why we have competition yellows.
I know.
It adds such a cool element to it, I think, and it gives everybody a fair chance at the end of the day.
I get it. But there's got to be devil's advocate and everything, and I think I just get... So see what I mean? That's why I asked that question. It's controversial no matter what on either side. But for the rest of the day, every class gets competition yellow from here on out. So I'm glad Anika was over here pointing that out. All right, back to racing, though. It didn't help or hurt Jackson Withrow. He's out front. Competition yellow or not, he's gone. And right back to where we were at. Olivia Woods right on the tail of Jackson Withrow, but Jackson Withrow now starting to extend his lead. You know, off-road racing really is the greatest sport on the planet Earth, man. You're watching these out there, the 800s. This is quite a competitive class out here. Well, Mia Chapman, Jackson Witherow just straight up checking out. Jackson Witherow running his own race. Keeps it together. He's now in the second half of this race. Thanks to our competition yellow. I think we're just going to see Jackson Witherow drive it on home. Now Olivia Woods right there. A great shot that you can see right into her passenger side window. And the 583 car. And she too is starting to extend the gap between third place of number 197 of Kaya Sane will be the last spot on our podium. White flag for our leaders. But look at this, man. Jackson Witherow again just checked out with at least a quarter lap lead over Olivia Woods. And Kaya Sane and our lone 800 Logan Menster. Sit tight. We'll talk to the drivers coming up. Jackson, Kale, and then Blake. Glad I walked next to you. I would have been there like a fish out of water. That's the best I can do. Yeah, I was going to say, that's the best I can come up with. Yes, 583. Olivia Woods is our open. Yeah, we'll do open first. Well, what a great race there, everybody. And I did mess it up a little bit, but, you know, that happens. Olivia Woods, our lone open car. We'll talk with Olivia right now. So, Olivia, woo, I got to stop doing that. I got to realize I got to just put the microphone between me. So, Olivia, come on up here. Our lone 800 open competitor, but still get it done. But finishing very respectful in the modified class. So, tell us about your race.
It was fun.
I mean, it sounds pretty fun. I'm tripping over the second place here. So, a little bit of cold out here, and I don't know if you can deal with it. Is it cold or hot inside your car?
It's hot.
It's hot, so the cold is nothing for you.
No.
Doesn't even bother you. All right, well, great job. Let's talk about the race and how you get it done.
I think just the straightaways.
You like the straightaways?
Yeah.
Do you think it's won in the straightaways in the drag race, or do you think it's won in the way that you take the corners?
It's where you take the corners, but like
if you have a fast car, obviously the straightaways.
All right, nice. So the drag racing is still fun down the straightaways.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, it was very exciting to watch. Love the livery on your car.
Yeah.
It looks good. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, Maco Tools, 2X Motorsports, Apex, Big Mac, Shreddy, Go Fast Girls, Rugged Radios, Casatech, I can't remember.
You just, God, Blake, I just having a great time up here.
Yeah.
All right, well, Olivia Woods, everybody make some noise for your loan 800. She got it done. Just getting home sometimes is where all the fun is. Let me get out the way. Let that young lady enjoy it. But let's get the next bunch up here. It's going to be Blaine Proctor. It's going to be Kaya Sane. Is that right? There she is. Love this girl. And then this man that just drove it and just checked out. What's his name again? What's his name? Oh, yeah. That's right. It's Jackson Witherow. All right, let's talk with him. Man, Blaine Proctor, you get on this podium. It's going to be the superstar of the weekend.
Yeah.
Tell us about this race.
It was really nice. At the start, we were having problems with the car, but then we realized it was the 2 feet driving, so I had to switch to 1 foot driving. And I was just driving as fast as I can. After that, no, not Audrey, and I just drove.
Man, a lot of people have been driving for years and they can't do a 2 feet driving, so that's exciting. You can do it.
Mhm.
All right, well, very good. Well, let's talk about the people once again that make your race program happen.
My dad for coaching me, Jimmy for helping, my mom and my family for supporting, Extreme Machine Fabrication to making my car, Withero Construction for helping, and you guys for making this day happen, and everybody I race against that just helped me out.
All right, well, very good. On behalf of Cora, I want to say thank you to Blaine Proctor, everybody, 3rd place. And let's move to this one. I love this young lady, Kaya Sane. Man, we got to talk with you at the last race. It was a lot of fun, and you got that smile again. Tell us about this race.
It was good. I just got off the start, and then I just kind of took off. It was behind Olivia. Yeah.
And you held your race, and just here you are again. Got it done, and started to become accustomed to this podium, aren't you?
Yeah.
See, it was like first time I got up here, but now it's like, oh, I'm going to like this.
Yeah.
All right, well, great. Let's. What's going to be your strategy for tomorrow coming into the race?
Just going to push hard, see if I can get here again.
How's the car set up?
Good.
All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen then.
God up above for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, all my family, Lusk Plumbing, Signs Unlimited, MRT Tires, Glenn Johnson Cooling and Heating, SPS Shock Prep Services over at Brian Crawford, and all of my friends, including Madeline, Fishback, Jacob, and everybody else who came out here to support me.
Man, I love this girl. She's so fun to interview. Man, make some noise. Can't say, but Jackson Witherow. You know, just some more hardware to add to all the other hardware, right?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, take us step by step when you started the race.
I tried one to pass Olivia Woods, and then so far that was good. And then I was just driving after, but
Man, you had such a lead. I was like, man, this boy could just pull over and make himself a sandwich and then get back in and finish it.
kind of.
It looks good. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there at Witherow.
God for keeping me safe, my mom and my dad. Jimmy for spotting for me a little bit, and
Just a little, Jimmy. I mean, just a tiny bit.
and Extreme Machine Fabrication, and Tyler for making my car, and all the others, and Kyler. And
You know you're just like your dad, right?
and Jaden for giving all these Hoosier tires.
All right, well, very good. Once again, on top of the box, Jackson Witherow. Let me get out the way, get those pictures. And we got more racing coming up next. You got it. You did it. You did it. Well, Mia Chapman, what do we have coming up next?
We have our 250 open class coming up next.
The 250 Open Class, if you guys and girls haven't seen this is incredible. These cars, they don't even look like any of the cars that you could buy off the showroom floor. When we call these the 250 Modified, I'm not kidding. These are 250 Modified cars. If you know off-road racing, you know how to make a car go fast, you make the engine really loud, You make the car really wide. You make the car really low. And you're about to see all of that in this class right here. My best impression over here of Sling Blade. I'm telling you, I like them French fried taters. Mm-hmm. We out here at Glen Helen making some racing. Look at that, now we're on the TV. Well, hey, if you're out there and watching this live on Rumble, you guys, I have my phone right here, so if you guys want to ask any questions here, Mia Chapman, multi-champion, just got done racing the Red Bull Scramble. So... get the water out of the way. Well, we're going green right away, so if you have any questions out there, feel free to put them in the live chat. And let's see here, the 250 open class. Landon Morrow, Declan Shields, Luke Torres, Maggie Flores, Jackson Cotter, and Wyatt Cotter. Ian Torpy, wow. Ian is out here. He is, I hope Ian gets it done because Ian is a racer with the Desert Association that I race with Legacy. I guess I can say it because it's desert race. It's not a conflict of interest. But Ian, wait, I'm going to interview Ian no matter what. So, Ian, wait till you see this size of rider. Ian is so, this class right here, last added, number 25, we could ride it right here. Number 25, Ian Torpy. So it's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna go down there and interview him. And let's see where he's at. Watch him be up front, and he has the ability to put the car up front. So Declan Shields out front, and Landon Morrow in second place, and Torpy, the number 4 car, or 25 rather, in third place. Nope, outside in. What a great line that was! I told you. Hopefully we get to talk to Ian. It's actually very exciting because when I interview Ian out in the desert, I don't get to see his driving style. But I'm like, this kid's got to be winning or getting it done because he's on my podium pretty much every race.
Yeah, he's reeling in second place too, so he is on it. He's here to win.
He is definitely carrying some speed down this front straightaway. I wonder, Ian now in second place. Got it done. Now, Ian Torrey did a great job there, getting around third and second place for his second place, but I'm looking out there, and I just don't think that he's going to be able to reel in Declan Shields. Now, I could be wrong, but Declan Shields has definitely found a very exciting and very fast line around this Glen Helen circuit.
Well, I believe we have our competition yellow for this class as well, correct?
From here on out, everyone is competition yellow.
So that could add an interesting element to this race and maybe give them some time to catch up and see, really what happens.
Well, it is going to be, you're absolutely right, because if you look at them right now, it's a gap, but it hasn't really been getting any larger. So, yes, and Ian, as I said, mostly a desert racer. I mean, as far as I know, I haven't been able to ask him if he's done any short course racing. But what a class for Ian, 250 open class, and a field of veterans out here, so to speak, for 2024 out here at court. And for Ian to come out here, that's a great job on his part. So I can't wait to talk to him. So this is a 10-lap race. And once again, if you're one of the 80 people out there watching live right now on Rumble, feel free to write any questions you have in the chat. And Mia Chapman and I will do our best to answer your questions. I'm surprised nobody's texted in for some questions for you. Like what's in store or what's in their future? What do you got coming up? What's another big race you got coming up?
Yeah, I'm just doing the Red Bull Scramble Series this year, so that's about it. But I'm sure they're focused on the racing that's going on track.
Sure, absolutely. We got 10 laps, though, so I was just trying to get some people chatting, writing some questions down because our chat's kind of quiet. But right now, Declan Shields just taking control of this first half of the 250 Open race. And Ian Torphy, he's the one on the drone. If we can go to the drone footage. Again, just amazing how effortlessly that drone just flies through the air. And there it is. We got a yellow because we have a car in turn 2. But I do believe this will be the full course competition yellow as well. Indeed it is. And we got a car stalled in turn 2. That'll bring Shane out. And I think we're going to see the battle that we want to see here. Declan Shields and Ian Torphy. So here we are once again. You heard me and Chapman talk about the competition yellow. Was able to bring them back together. And you can see our crew doing a great job there getting the number 199 car of Luke Torres out of the way. There's Raleigh sitting out on the tire taking pictures with his dog. That gentleman right there taking pictures, off-road photograph legend.
I've never seen a dog so relaxed on a hot race
So
track.
chill. Could care less. Enjoying where he's sitting, just chilling. You know how many books have been written on life of a dog? There will never be a book written about me, let's put it that way. Not ever. Unless they wanted to write a book about the luckiest guy for the most limited. Like with all the stuff that I've done in my life, oh, what the heck. Book would be about this thick. It wouldn't be this way. It'd be this way. So, Mia Chapman, let's talk about physical conditioning out here to get to drive these race cars. Everybody thinks it's just basically sitting in a car, but man, you really have to be really physically fit to drive these cars.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely adds, a helpful element to it because you have so much going on in the car, and the more you move up to the bigger classes, the more physical strength it's going to take. But, you see some of these kids and how little they are, and they're out here absolutely killing it. So, yeah.
I have to agree that sometimes these kids don't realize what they have, that, when they do need to call for that physical conditioning, they have it from racing. The racing by itself also gets them in condition and really gets them up to a certain, calisthenic level, I guess, that you would say. Can I grab that mic real quick? All right, I'll tell you what, man. I got a young man up here that I'm excited to meet. We're trying to get in here on the microphones. Rob, man, introduce yourself to these people.
Hi, guys. My name's Rob Burnaby, and Mark and I cooked up a little while ago and got into this core racing, which is really cool. You got a professional setup here. This is an amazing day to be at the races. And today I'm doing some color for Chris Johnson in the Cal Classic, and next week I'll be at the Two-Stroke Nationals. The smell,
yes,
all the nasty
two-stroke
mixing gas.
I love it.
It's going to be great.
Let me interrupt real quick. Our winner here is Declan Shields. Unofficially, he pulled it off, and Landon Morrow now moving up into second place, and we're still going to talk with Ian Torphy, a desert racer, coming out here and seeing how he did in short course. But, Rob, that's got to be great. The Two-Stroke Nationals coming up. That is an incredible. If you guys are into two-strokes, the only manufacturers that I know, that KTM, Gas, and Yamaha pretty much. So the two-strokes, so you're going to see a lot of older 2001, 2005 CR two-strokes out here. So a lot of these motorcycles are over 20 years old already.
They are, and that's what's so cool about it is we get the vintage, but they're not really vintage. Like the Yamaha really is the same platform they've had since 2004, and they update it, from time to time, but it's still a competitive motorcycle, which tells you about you don't really need all that technology to go fast, right? And the four-strokes, a 250 race motor, that's a lot of money if it blows up. A two-stroke's a couple hours in the garage and $350.
A lot more moving parts on a four-stroke engine, man. We're talking valves, chains, cams, all kinds of stuff. And Ian's broke, so he did not finish. So that's going to give the third place, our final transfer spot on the podium, to Maggie Flores. All right. Well, I didn't get to talk with Ian. Well, man, good luck at that. And that is here next weekend in Glen Helen.
That's here at Glen Helen. It's the Weissaco Two-Stroke Nationals. It's a world championship. Fast House is a major sponsor, and it's a great race. If you got time on your schedule, come on out and enjoy the party. It is awesome, and it's once a year. And hey, there are Supercross stars out there and motocross stars. It's the last few rounds of Supercross. So there's people out there that don't have like championship availability, so we'll be out there next weekend. So it's going to be good.
Wow, I can't wait to see. I wish I could see it. I'm going to be in Nevada, but anybody else out here, come out and check out the Two-Stroke Nationals happening right here at Glen Helen.
Awesome, and thanks for the introduction, Mark. It's
Absolutely.
Good
to meet you finally.
And, you guys just keep doing a great job.
Mia Chapman.
And it's Mia?
Mia Chapman.
Mia Chapman. That is a golden voice. She's a golden girl. She is very, very good. I've listened to her, and she's got the talent. So, hey, it's good to be here with you guys and the core family. Enjoy your day, and God bless America.
God bless America. I love it. That is the way to do it. What's happening? What's happening? God bless America. Rob, great to meet you. I got to get down here to the podium. As you probably already see, I had to book it. But great to see him out here. Well, let's get on this podium. Who do we got? So Maggie Flores, get on up here. Declan Shields. And who was my second place? Landon? It was Landon, wasn't it? Landon Morrow. Let's talk with Maggie right now. Miss Maggie May. Do you get that all the time, Maggie May? Do you get it like people call you Maggie May or no? No, nobody calls you that. Okay, well, good job. Hey, third place out there. A little bit of drama going out there. Ian Torphy getting something wrong with his car, so that got you into third place and the final spot on the podium. How'd that feel?
Good.
Does feel good out there?
Yeah.
All right, tell us about your race. What was it like for you out there?
It was a little harder to catch up tomorrow, but I finally did.
Sure did, man, and you're right there to pick up that ticket on any event, and you just did. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Olympia Drywall, Jim Cotter, Cotter Boys Racing, Gates Belts, PCI Radios, my mom and dad, Cora for this great race, and James for all his help.
Well, make some noise for this young lady. Made the final transfer to the podium. At third place, Maggie Flores, but Landon Morrow. Man, I always love talking with you on this box, man. It's like you're clean, calm, and just relaxed up here, man.
Yeah.
How was the race?
It didn't go very well. My car's acting up. It's not working properly. And yeah.
That's all right. You'll get it done for tomorrow. I know you will. Is that right?
Yeah.
It'll be awesome tomorrow. All right. Well, let's get the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, my sister, my grandma and grandpa, George Lamoses for building my motor and helping us out this weekend, PEP for tuning our car, GBC tires, GSP, PCI radios, anti-gravity batteries, sprocket specialist. I think that's all.
I think you covered them all, man. That was a great one. Hey, little problems with the car, but you better make some noise. Land tomorrow. He'll be back up here. But right now, this one, Declan Shields, man. Been seeing you out here all weekend. You finally got one on the win.
Yep,
How'd that feel out there?
pretty good.
What was it? What was your strategy to get it up on top?
I knew Ian and Landon were right on my butt on the start, so I tried to slow down a little and speed back up just for them to get a little behind. And I don't really know if it worked, but I know Ian, he was right there, and something happened. So Landon was there to capitalize, but I won.
All right, well, very good. Hey, that's the way racing happens. You were there to do it, and you got it done. All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen.
GSP, my mom, my dad, my sister, Dylan, Benchmark, Sparko, God Jesus, my grandma, my grandpa, Core Racing, and that's all.
All right, well, very good. Declan Shields get it done. But I got to come talk with this, man, because I talk with this. Give me, first of all, what happened out there?
I was catching Declan when coming over that jump over there. It started vibrating really bad, then it just finally broke.
All right, well, let me ask you this. I think this is the first time I've seen you. Short course racing. I know you from desert racing, so is this going to be a commonality now? You going to come out here and race with us?
No, this is just a one-time thing.
So, are you prepared for the next Legacy race?
Yeah.
All right, I can talk about it because that's desert racing. It's no conflict, but it was great to see you out here and see your name on my roster.
Yeah. It was all because of George Lamos's family. They let me borrow their 250.
Oh, very good. All right, well, let's talk about it. Who else say thank you to get it done today?
Sparko for keeping me safe. Lone Star for my arms and stuff, and I think that's it.
All right, well, that'll do good. Hey, I always say you want to talk with me, win the race, or break the race, and you did it. But we got it done, and it was great to see you on my roster. Ian Torpy, everybody watch for him at the next Legacy race. All right, Mia Chapman, what race and who do we got coming up next? I did that for me, not for you. All right, Mia Chapman, Youth NA Restricted, coming to the track next. Carson Greco in here, a top qualifier with Wyatt Cotter in second position on line one. Line two, Zoe Easton, the young lady who was a recipient of Bobby Van Beekum and his crew over there at Ardar Steel. That one actually did get to me. Jackson Witherow, a name that we've seen on our podium all day long, 125 of Ella Warner. And Jake Hill will round off your row number 3.
In row number 4, we have the 531 of Evan Atkins. Right next to him, the 88 of Landon Morrow. Row number 5, we have the 36 of Crew Hart. Right next to him, the 548 of Harper McKinney. And rounding out that field, the 127 of Aiden Coots.
That's quite a field right there. You can see the Taurus car, unfortunately, being towed off, having problems there into turn number 2. But we're going to take a little bit of a break here as our boy Kelvin doing what he does, the Michelangelo of track design and track care. He's out there with the blade. And, I've never known an individual to truly love his job more than Kelvin. Like Kelvin, 100% commitment. You can see his cowboy hat. Now, here's another thing. That man drives tractor in the mud, in the dirt, and he's always dressed ready to go out. Like he can just walk over there. Come on, Kelvin, let's go. We're going out. And he's ready to go. Dust himself off, away we go.
Yeah, I know. He's been around for a long time and genuinely cares about, the track condition and grooming the track and making it as perfect as he can. And, that's all us racers can ask for. And the track's looking beautiful so far for our next race coming up.
Well, we have been definitely very fortunate to have Kelvin in the lineup for all these years. That's where I go. He did have some health problems there for a little bit. There was a stent there, but he still came out here and made sure the racetrack was perfect, even when he was having health problems. And that just goes to show you his dedication to the sport and to the people that he loves out here. I've said it before. I think I said it at the last race you and I announced together. I said, there's got to be an off-road Hall of Fame, not only for the racers, but for the people that make the logistics happen. And that's all of it, because there's some rock stars in behind the scenes that we don't see, and Kelvin definitely one of them. In fact, if we were going to have the first inductee ever into the Logistic Off-Road Hall of Fame, my vote's for Kelvin.
Yeah, definitely.
Another person I would want to see in that is your dad. Like, dude, your dad, I have seen him work till wee hours of the evening to make sure that you and your brother have a car to race the next day.
Yeah, these last 3 weeks, he's been working on getting my brother's car back together from a couple races ago. Had to completely rebuild it, and it's been a long 3 weeks for him and getting that car back together. But it's all worth it because my brother's out here racing and having fun with it.
Man, he's tall as heck right now. Is he taller than you?
Oh, yeah, he's taller than me. For a while, I could fit in his race cars and, reach everything.
Right.
I got in it a couple days ago, couldn't reach the pedals, nothing.
You're like, oh.
These kids definitely grow up really fast.
Well, this is probably, I don't foresee you growing a foot more than you are now. You're probably settled into your, close to your adult height that you're going to be. So your brother's always, I wasn't going to say it. But your brother now at this point is always going to be taller than you. Oh, that's crazy. That's just crazy to realize, I feel young, but when I look back at pictures, like I showed you a picture that I found of you and I back from the Lucas days, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Number one, look at how young she is, but then I was like, wait, I still had hair. I mean, not much of it, but I had more hair than I have now. So it's crazy to look back on the pictures, and I'm sure you're going to be doing the same thing with your brother. I have a feeling he's going to be just as spectacular in any racing that he does. Just like you are. So, and there again, your dad being the logistics, the glue that brings that all together, and to see your dad out here, it's just simply amazing. Logistically, I would love to see, let's see, my man Paul from another racing organization. He is a media director. I'd love to see him out there because he's been doing it for a long, long time and held it down. And I think that's what's important, is having the job, building a reputation, and I know it's something I'll never do, being a voice, unless I'm going to literally do it till the day I die and get inducted the day I die. But it took me a while to find my niche in off-road racing. So, and here it is. Babble. I was a kid that always got in trouble at school for talking too much. Isn't that surprising?
Not at all.
But why did they say, they used to tell me, they said, if you keep talking, you're never going to amount to anything. Why didn't they say, hey, if you keep talking, we're going to get you a job as a newscaster or a sports announcer? Shouldn't they play on your strengths? Or voiceover actor. How about that? Do you do any voices, impersonations? She's like, no. Come on, Mark. I just got good at this announcing stuff. Well, one step at a time. How about singing? Do you sing at all? No singing? No voiceovers? All things I got into. Voiceovers. Like I used to do Eric Cartman on 98 KPD. 98 KPD kicks ass. Does that sound like him? Pretty close? I think so. Yeah, you're pretty close, right? Close enough. You heard my Sling Blade impersonation earlier. I'm going to do them I'm gonna do them French fried taters. I can do a. How about a wrestler? Do you remember Macho Man Randy Savage? You don't remember him? He was back from the Hulk Hogan. Yeah, no, come on, Mark. She was not even born yet when. So Macho Man Randy Savage, he had a very distinct cadence in the way that he talked. You know, and it's all for show anyhow. So I was hoping to myself, God, I hope he really doesn't talk like that. But he used to talk, I'm the one that's going to tell you, yeah, we're going to come down to the racing. And when it comes down to racing, it's going to go crazy, yeah. Because the Macho Man Randy Savage is going to be here right now, yeah. So that's him to a T, to be honest with you. And all the old folks are going, dude, that guy sounds just like Macho Man. And the young kids are going, who the heck's Macho? In fact, it just made you uncomfortable. Dude, what's going on there? That voice is... Well, all right. Mia Chapman, the youth, naturally aspirated, restricted. Let's meet the drivers. On row one, it's going to be Carson Greco, the number 155 car. Yeah, right next to them. And the segment outside, it's the 1612 of Wyatt Cotter. Sometimes you just get caught up and you just have to pick a word. Zoe Easton, and we already talked about him. And then Jason Witherow will end off the first two rows.
Row number 3, we have the 125 of Ella Warner. Right next to her, the 970 of Jake Hill. Fourth row, the 531 of Evan Atkins. Right next to him, the 88 of Landon Morrow. Row number 5, we have the 36 of Crew Hart. And right next to him, the 548 of Harper McKinney. Rounding out the field, the 127 of Aiden Coots.
Aiden Coots has the ability to get that car on the top of the box, but what a stacked field. We know the names out here. Jake Hill, been racing all day today, so definitely has a good understanding of the track and its characteristics and traction and where the fast line is. Landon Morrow, we just got done talking to him. Mr. Smooth, man. That kid on the microphone just always smooth, and you tell him on your mark, get set, go with the sponsors. Boy, he's got a bam, bam, bam. No, it's like he sits at home and practices it in front of the mirror. That's perfect. Wyatt Cotter, all day, very strong.
Definitely, yeah. Another name that sticks out is Jackson Witherow. This has to be his 3rd or 4th class of the day. You know, this kid is definitely putting in the work, and it's showing with his driving.
We should get a whiteboard behind us and start checking off how many times these kids have made a showing here throughout the day, because that's what I was telling you that makes core racing work so well. I was really confused on how we were going to make a show out of side-by-sides because, you know, you generally have each class of each CC, the 800s, the 1000s, 570s, or the, 170s. You think, okay, what's at most we can have 3 classes per? So if you do that, let's say 4 manufacturers, 3 classes per, we're still lacking some race. But the way that we do it here at Core, your car can race multiple classes, and with the advent of a restrictor plate or a limited situation. So you can run your limited car in all these other classes if you so choose to. And as we see, that's what happens. Now, there are certain cars that there's only one class, like the modified 250 race we just saw. That's it. That's the only class you get to race that car in. So very exciting the way that happens out here at Core. It gives us a whole day of racing and an exciting racing. And we get to see some of the same names all weekend long. Gaps on it, something. Oh God. All right. Well, back to action here. We're just prepping the track, and we'll come back here shortly. Mia Chapman and I will be here. But let's talk about. Mia, do you want this one? We have to ask Glenn if we can get in. It's a heated blanket. Wow. That's what we need. I'm talking about buying.
Whose blanket is that?
Well, Mia Chapman, let's talk about some of the sponsors here. Our season presenting sponsor, R&R Steel. The Bambicums over here, love to have them on board. But let's meet some of the other sponsors that we have here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Let's talk about the people that keep us communicating here, never dropping a beat. The PCI Race Radio is the official radio of CORE, and making sure that we are in full connected fully to all the drivers and racers out here alike. Cactus Splash Pools out from Arizona. If you guys are in Arizona and you're getting ready for the summer season, make sure that you guys make Cactus Splash Pools your service provider for your pool. And let's also talk about some of the other sponsors out here helping us out. It is Performance Machine. They are a big sponsor out here. You heard some of the racers talk about Performance Machine already, helping them out. And let's not forget Hoosier Racing Tires, a big part of this short course racing series that we have going on here for 2024. Hoosier Tires, the official tire of CORE. JG Racing, the company that actually provides the Hoosiers. And hopefully we can talk to some of the boys and girls over there at Hoosier. At HMD, if you look around, all the stickers, anything printed, any of the banners, any of the stickers, any of the shirts, HMD, vehicle wrap stickers and banners. They're in Tempe. They're a printing company. They are the official printing company of CORE. And the shirts that we have makes of all the CORE merch, the hats, the shirts. And I thought it was HMD, but it is Richie's T-shirts, printing and embroidery. Got the CORE hat that I'm rocking. We got the sublimated hoodie that I have right now. All of this available right down by our merch booth. Go get it, and man, you will not be disappointed. Baja Designs, they're the people that help us out here to get us the PCI race radios of the championship, and PCI race radios down there at the championship off-road racing. CORE merch with hats, shirts, hoodies, insulated cups, and koozies. So anything you want of the CORE logo, get on down there, and HMD and Richie's T-shirts made it happen for us. All right, back to racing. No pace lap. We're just going to put him right on the track and go. I wanted to say a big shout out to Tyler and Brian over there doing a great job on the drone footage today. Tyler flying the overhead, the one that you just saw in staging. But we're going racing. We're going green. Everything was nice and tranquil. Then the racing started and the wind just came out of nowhere.
He said he's going to bring an extension cord. He said, but not to plug it into that one.
There you go. Well, out front early, it's the Greco car, Carson Greco. Carson Greco in that 155 car, and Wyatt Cotter in that bright orange 1612 race machine, and Jackson Witherow with a livery that he is very familiar with in fourth place because the number 80, the 124 of Zoe Easton, the older sister to Allie Easton. In your top three.
Really impressed with these clean starts. Usually that first turn can get a little hectic, especially having 11 cars going through it, but pretty clean, perfectly groomed track, so it's looking good for this race.
Well, we have these racers here all season. They know the track, they know the course, they know how we run court. And then all they have to do is worry about their drivers and the other drivers they know. So, you know, it's just like back in the days, we had our fraternity, if you will, same way here out of Core. I mean, you knew how Connor would take the corner, Luke up, you know, just to name a few. Who are the brothers? Scotty and Scott Steele. Cole Mamer, you had to deal with Cole Mamer a few times. Now he just dominated for us in Pro 4. So Core Racing, I'm on and hear it. We had a thing from T. Davison, no sound. And it wasn't necessarily no sound. We were just taking a little bit of a break up here as well. So if you're out there listening to the live track feed on Rumble, T. Davison said no sound. We were taking a pause there for a second. Pause in the action, so we just, me and I just kind of took a little bit of a break there. So sorry about that if there's no sound there for a smidgen. But plenty of sound right now. Carson Greco out front early. Now this class as well will have a mandatory caution or the competition yellow. Jackson Witherow trying to get the job done, trying to get around the 125 car of L. Warner. But Jackson Witherow having his hands a little more full here in this class of the NA Restricted. Now, Mia Chapman, a question for you. These are all-wheel drive vehicles. They're switchable back and forth to 2 or 4-wheel drive. Are they in 4-wheel drive for this competition?
Oh, absolutely. I think any race, really every race, as long as your 4-wheel drive works and you have no issues, that car will always be in 4-wheel drive. It's challenging to come out here, especially with short course racing like this, and run it in 2-wheel drive. It's just hard to be competitive.
I mean, I was a racer that raced desert, and I was the one that was always racing 4-wheel drive. And everybody told me, oh, you don't want to race 4-wheel drive, you don't want to race 4-wheel drive. Well, I can't even tell you how many races I finished because 4-wheel drive got me out of trouble out on the course. So I was sold on 4-wheel drive, and every vehicle I bought to race ever since is 4-wheel drive. So I just don't want to be stuck in that silt.
Yeah, definitely. Like racing on this track in 2-wheel drive would be quite challenging. Your car would be all over the place. It'd be hard to hold your line and stay in that fast line. So yeah, definitely a key.
Well, now if we kept it consistent like Pro 2 and Pro 4 and told everybody that actually is not a bad idea, have an exhibition class of 2-wheel drives only, you have to remove your front axle. How crazy would that be? It'd be like you said. It'd be visually spectacular. Cars sliding out all over the place. Back to racing, Carson Greco, just enjoying the clean air, and Carson Greco now probably not looking forward to the competition yellow, which is getting ready to fly this time around.
Looks like Jackson Witherow moving up into that 4th position. You know, that's always a fun race to watch. Oh.
Witherow's sliding out into one of the corners over here, handing it right back to Ella Warner. All that to get around Ella, and with a big mistake there in the corner. All right, the full course caution or the competition yellow out right now. We're going to restack them. Spotters, go ahead. Tell your driver to check up. Race to the line and check up. So Mia Chapman, we have touched briefly on the competition yellow. So let's go through some of the scenarios about a competition yellow. Do you still come out of the box, race all the way to the finish, or do you play it smart with an easy run prior to the competition and then come race at the second half? Do you just all out both halves, or do you race the first half and kind of take it easy on the second half? What's the strategy there?
I think it's all or nothing all the time. Obviously, there's a fine line between pushing it and overdriving the car. And I think that's what a lot of these drivers kind of tiptoe around and try to find that good spot to get them up in the front. But short course racing, it's only so many laps. It happens so quick. So you definitely want to always be pushing up until that mandatory and after.
I mean, it's an all-out sprint as it is, whether we had it or don't. So I have to agree with you on that one, too. Come out here to win it. Go out, go all out both times. Now you can see them kind of playing games out there. And that's another thing. How do you play into the psychology behind racing? Like a racer that psychs you out or plays, the psychological game prior.
I think you have to have a lot of confidence in yourself and always believe that and not let, the words or actions of others, get in your head, because there is a lot of those games that go on and they can get to you if you let them.
Oh, absolutely. I have to agree. Well, we're going back to green. The field is bunched up. Who's it going to be? Well, Wyatt Cotter took advantage of that restack. And I think after competition yellow, it's supposed to be single file, but I don't think it gave him any advantage. So I think we're just going to go with it. Casey Kane, give me thumbs up here. He's got it going still. So we have an official start. So Carson Greco enjoying a great clean race. Can Jackson Witherow in fourth place right now get back up to Ella Warner and challenge for that third spot?
I think so. I think he's definitely capable. We saw it earlier. Now it's just a matter of making that time up in those spots and getting it done.
Well, now Ella Warner. Yeah. Oh, Ella Warner over in the corner. But I was going to say another full course caution, but this one not for competition. This one is a car is right in the middle of the track. There's no way to send racers around that. That is Ella Warner. We were just talking about her. And that would mean the white car that I see up there in third place, it's Zoe Easton. Ella Warner now rushing to get back to the field. She's up and over, and she seems to be okay, and the car seems to be okay, so a very easy roll. And she's going to basically have to race all the way back to the field. The field will already be getting the green flag by the time she gets stacked up. I see this happen. Oh, nope, Shane's slowing down a little bit. Our pace truck allowing Ella Warner to not be a lap down. But now she starts in the complete back of this entire field. So now we're bringing us back to a all too common condition in racing where there's only a couple laps left under the restart. And this is, things get pretty dicey when there's only a couple laps left and it's go time. But here we go, we're gonna do it. Carson Greco out front. Wyatt Cotter tried to the outside, trying to get it done in turn one. And that's gonna bring Zoe Easton there to the final spot on my podium. Zoe with a big mistake in turn two. But Jackson Witherow could not be there to capitalize on it. Zoe with a big mistake in turn two. And now Jackson Witherow going backwards. Makes me wonder if Jackson had an issue with the car.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way.
Let's see if we can talk with Jackson, if I can remember to talk to him, as we've been taking all the cars back there, but he's definitely going backwards. Right now, no backwards going for Carson Greco out front. And now Zoe Easton moves into second place. Wyatt Cotter with a problem. Jackson Witherow with issues. Wyatt Cotter gonna have to pull out the course or stay out there, but Wyatt Cotter's car has came to a crawl. Jackson Witherow, same thing. Jackson Witherow with the front left flat tire. Wow, two of the big names in this class, both out to mechanical failure.
And like we were talking about earlier, you never know what can happen. So to always be pushing and try to be up in the front and capitalize on that is definitely something you want to do.
It's one thing to get these cars out in the front and be competitive. It's another to keep it there. And catastrophic failure of any type of motorsports can raise its head And here we are. We've had a flat tire for Jackson Witherow, and no telling what's wrong with Wyatt Cotter. Big rollover for Ella Warner, but rolls right over, keeps going. So Ella Warner now got to assess the car if it's okay. Wow. Yeah, Ella Warner broken spindle. And you can see her stuck in turn. Let's see. Turn 5. And that's a great place for her to be picked up on. I don't think she's in too much damage or in any place where she can damage. I'm looking at the replay. Oh, we're already well past the replay on it. So tough break for Ella Warner. But now let's get back, and we got to see where our positions are here. Last lap. So Carson Greco still out front. Zoe Easton, second place. And Landon Morrow at another. Zoe Easton and Landon Morrow. Unofficially. I have to say unofficially. Well, Mia Chapman, the NA restricted, did not disappoint.
No, it did not. There was a lot of action for sure. Some of our top runners having mechanical issues. There's nothing you can really do about that. Still got another day of racing, so hopefully they can get, that stuff all fixed up and ready for tomorrow.
Well, and those are some heavy hitter names right there. Wyatt Cotter, as we know, generally always top 5. And, man, Jackson Witherow, tough luck for that.
Yeah, definitely something that's not super common that happens, but it does happen, unfortunately. So luckily it looks like he got his finish, so hopefully he'll come back swinging tomorrow.
I need that one. Hey, don't throw that away. Just making sure you knew.
Here, put that one right here. Oh my God.
Well, all right. What a great race we had going on down here. Let's get our drivers up here so we can talk with them. Carson Greco. Wow. What a great run there for you. Landon, come on. Zoe. Woohoo. Well, all right. All right. Well, again, we get to talk. What a race out there. Lots of carnage happening. Wyatt getting checked out. Jackson Witherow with a flat tire, man. Lots of drama out there. Tell us about it from your seat.
Yeah, I was lucky to get third place. My first podium in the RS1. I got lucky that a lot of people broke, and I was just there to keep pushing through and hopefully not make mistakes.
Well, you know, sometimes that's the way it has to happen for the first podium. But now that you're here, I mean, you know that you're a tough competitor, and you know you're going to be hungry for your next one.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people once again that make your race program happen.
I like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandma and grandpa, George Lamoses for building my motor, Gates Belts, PP Performance, GBC Tires, Sprocket Specialist, Anti-Gravity Batteries, and Sneaky for tuning my RS1.
You're going to be, I have a feeling you're going to be on this podium quite a bit more. What do you think?
Hopefully.
All right, Landon Morrow, everybody, third place. Great job, first time in the RS. This young lady, man, was strong and consistent and got it to second place. That is quite a challenge for these. A lot of tough competition in this class.
Yeah.
All right, you can't be too mad at that. What do you think about all this carnage that was going on, though?
It was crazy. It was just everyone was dropping down like flies at one after one.
It really was, and you stayed consistent, and that was the key here, I think, to this race is being consistent and getting here to second place.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Tomorrow's a great day, so we got another day of racing tomorrow, so we'll get it done. But let's talk about the people that made it happen today.
The most important one today is Bobby from R&R Steel. We moved out to Oklahoma, and he spent the past 3 weeks working on my car and putting it all back together from what happened last time. Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Hoosier Tires, R&R Steel itself, Rockland Trailers, Dynajet, Rugged Radios, AZ Dentworks, Jamar. I said Hoosier.
Yeah, let her do it.
Mom and Dad. And I don't know what's up.
I think you got it great there. All right, anybody else? Off the top of your head.
I don't know.
All right, she got it. I'm not going to take it. I'll take it off. So Easton, everybody. Great job. She picked it up. But this man is the winner, Carson Greco. Carson, man, from my spot, pretty much got up front, and you just walked away with it.
Yeah.
How did it feel out there? Tell us about it from your seat.
Pretty good. Cotter was on my butt a little bit, and then through turn 3, I was a little bit ahead, and then just drove away.
That's the way to do it, too. When you get out there and get that clean air, I bet you just sit there and put it in cruise control.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good, man. Great day of racing. Who do you want to say thank you to?
I want to say thank you to my mom, dad, R&R Steel, Bobby Van Vicom, 2X Motorsports, and 518 Designs for printing all my stickers for my car.
All right, well, everybody got behind him, and here he is on top of the box, Carson Greco! Well, Mia Chapman, that's quite an exciting. Everybody's excited Carson Greco on. Oh, hey, put that right there. That's all right. No, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Who do we got? Where did Jackson Witherell go? Here, I'm gonna try to do this. Let me see if I can get down here before everybody zooms out of here. We got to see. Yep, that's where I'm headed. All the way down to the back here. This is crazy seeing this orange car this far back. We know what happened with the Witherell car. Flat tire took them out. But I always say if you want an interview, take it to the box or be up top. All right. Oh, a very emotional young man. Wyatt, I hate to do this to you, but let's talk about it, man. Out there up front early, poised to take over the lead. What happened out there?
I just find a way, but
What happened here? The failure that took you out.
I lost brakes and I didn't want to start running into everyone, so I just let them by.
Right, well, you know, I see you're very passionate about it, very emotional right now. But hey, man, that's part of racing. You're still quite the champion out here. You are fast, and when your car is on fire, you are very hard to beat. I hope you understand that.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Hoosier, Rugged Radios, Gates Belts, Polaris RZR, Sneaky, my dad, Brad, James, and everyone helps me out.
All right, very good. He's very emotional, but we had to get down here and talk with him. He made it happen, and he got the car finished, but as you heard, he lost his brakes. Mia Chapman, we're coming up back to you.
We have our amateur NA class coming up next. Starting out on our first row in our amateur NA class is the 32 of Ryder Chapman. Right next to him, the 64 of Ryder Van Beekom. Row number 2, we have the 113 of Andrew Cotter. Right next to him, the 915 of Terry McBroom. Row number 3, the 727 of Alex Young. Right next to him, the 1776 of Nathan Owen. Rounding out our last row, we have the 555 of Kylie Morse. And right next to them, the 521 of Kirsten Thomas Gerber. Well, I just got word that Ryder Chapman will not be racing this class today. Looks like he had a blown head gasket in qualifying, so my dad and all them are going to get it fixed up this evening. Definitely a heartbreaker, but looks like it'll leave Ryder Van Beekom on that front row.
You know, it's one thing to be out here and have catastrophic failure during the race or anything. It's a whole nother to be racing out there and then pull it in, kind of see something, and you realize you're not making the big show.
No, definitely heartbreaking. He'll be out here in the amateur turbo class, so give him another chance. And he's new to this car; it's his first race in it, so give him a chance to get used to that. And yeah, he's loving it so far, though.
Well, I'm really loving the joint efforts of the Van Beekoms and the Chapmans right now. That's quite a team right there. A lot of good things come out of the Chapman corral.
Two really fast kids. Yeah, they learn really fast, and we can see it out here on the track, and they're developing into such talented drivers. So it's awesome to get to watch them from up here and announce the races.
Now you know my perspective of it. All those years of racing, sitting up here and just taking it all in, and gives me a ton of data to talk about, but now I'm learning all these kids, like I have become a fan of the Eastons, Zoe and Allie, both of them. They have now they're living out in Oklahoma, so that's really going to change the dynamics of things and how they get it done here in the racing. You just saw Wyatt Cotter, another passionate young individual that lost his brakes program because of his brakes going away.
Yeah, mechanical failures happen all the time. It's definitely heartbreaking from the driver's side, but not a whole lot you can do other than run it until you can and get it fixed up until the next race tomorrow.
Well, one person that's out there that also hard luck in that one was Jackson Witherow, and I didn't get to see the car, so Jackson must have pulled off and headed back to the pits. very heartbreaking. He had a flat tire, and I think of all the failures that could take you out of contention for the lead, a flat tire has got to be the single worst of all time.
Definitely, yeah. That's one of the parts about this track is there is a lot of rocks in the dirt, and when you
Off the showroom floor, they generally come with a balloon tire, a ATV tire rather, not necessarily a radial, but a bias ply ATV tire. So what do they run on here, or what do you run out here when you run short course? Is it more of a road tire, a radial tire, or what tires ran out here?
If you take a look at a lot of the UTVs out here, they have Hoosier tires on them, and they have different variations of Hoosiers, and you can groove them so many different ways, and that's what we used to run when I raced short course. The modified carts, UTVs now, and I still run them on there, so there's a lot you can do with the tire. It's a really awesome tire, especially when you race short course in the dirt like this.
Well, excuse my ignorance, are they a bias ply tire, or are they radial, or do you know? So radial, the last one, they have a steel belted radial around the tread, and a bias ply has the same radial, but it's made of nylon instead of steel belted. Now, I would imagine a Hoosier tire of normal success, they have been bias ply. So when you're saying Hoosier tire has plenty of tire options, I wouldn't doubt that Hoosier also has a radial, a competitive off-road racing radial. We'll have to learn more about it. I mean, I was told that we were going to talk with JG Racing, that we were going to have an interview with them up here. So hopefully when we do get it, I'll be able to ask, are they a radial or a bias ply? Not that matters. It only matters if you're a racing nerd like me and you want to know as much data as you can. Yeah. And especially the data helps me too, so I can talk about it here while we race. But well, that's unfortunate. Ryder Chapman out of the scenario here, and he had apparently with a blown head gasket was our #1 qualifier. So he had the inside, he had the pole, he was in there. But right next to him, another Ryder Van Beekum, out of the same pits. They are teammates, and Andrew Cotter out here, Andrew and Terry McBroom, one of the veterans out here no stranger to short course racing. Alex Young, the 727, and Nathan Owen rather, and Kylie Morris and Kristen Thomas Gerber. That's a name I haven't seen all year, or if I have, I don't recall. But
it's actually the wife to Jaden Gerber.
Get out of here!
Yeah.
Wow. All right, very good.
Came out here to have some fun.
I mean, why not? You got a car, you got a race team, bit of suit. Say, Daddy, I want to go racing too. And see, that's the way you do it if you're married and you want to go racing. You always offer to the wife first. Honey, you want to go race? No, good. Then me and the boys are going racing. And when you find a young lady who is tolerant of your racing habit, that's a keeper. Marry.
Yeah, definitely.
Will you marry me? You definitely, that's the first thing you say. Honey, I'm going racing. Okay, have a great weekend. Let's get married. Then you learn.
I think Mark's starting to lose it a little bit up here.
Yes, there was a story, I forget, I'm totally paraphrasing it, and I'm sure I'm going to mess it up, but there was a guy that he did something with his money and started sending the Amazon boxes some way to where his wife couldn't tell they were car parts or something. It was hilarious. I forget. I'll totally messing it up, but there was some sort of meme that was out there that how to buy car parts. So, all right, we're going to take a little break while we're waiting for the competition. You can see them still in staging there. Tyler with the overall drone out front. But that class, you can see it right there, the pole position missing wide open. Your brother would have been right there. We need those teleprompters that we can circle. Your brother would be right there. Well, better next time. All right, well, let's take some of the live chat out here. No sound. But TV Davidson, tell Carson, awesome job from Grandma Sophie, please, watching from Phoenix. So Carson, if you didn't get to see that, I apologize that I did not give it. So Grandma, I'm glad you're watching. I hope you enjoyed the interview there on the top spot. And looks like we got a race shaping up right now. Mia Chapman. Right as the race comes, so does the win. It's like it hears us. Going green. So I have a little bit of an insight that I'm going to go with. I think Ryder Van Beekem, barring no problems, is going to take this from pole to pole. So we'll find out right now. And who's it going to be shaping up the race behind him? Andrew Cotter in second place. And I know that blue car, Terry McBroom, the veteran out there. Well, the young lady, Kristen Thomas Gerber, holding her own out there, definitely putting some laps in. Wow! One of the cars that I am extremely impressed with right now is Alex Young. His car found some speed from the last race and finding himself genuinely fighting and taking over third spot. Taking the spot away from Andrew Cotter of all people. Andrew Cotter right back into third. Just was talking about it. I jinxed him. Wow, what a turn event so far. Terry McBroom now second place. And as I said, Ryder Van Beekem just checking out. Well, Mia Chapman, I'm really liking this race so far. Alex Young, the 727 car, the lone Arctic Cat out here in this class. And we talked about Arctic Cat briefly in a past race. And right now, Alex Young, pushes Terry McBroom out. Alex Young now inheriting second place. Terry McBroom with a big mistake in turn number 2. And now opening the door wide for Andrew Cotter. Now Andrew Cotter challenging for second place from Alex Young. Alex Young has got to be happy. He's the next one right behind Ryder Van Beekem. And Kristen Thomas Gerber, she's going to have to deal with the faster driver of Ryder Van Beekem right now. I hope the spotter says, hey, hold your line. Because Ryder Van Beekem now coming up ready to lap Kristen. And Kristen staying clean. And Ryder Van Beekem getting around with no issues. Now, that's going to tell me that Alex Young really getting this Arctic Cat dialed up is now going to have to deal with Kristen as well. So we talked briefly about some of the ailments that you've had Ryder Van Beekum also having lots of axle problems here so far in the 2024 season.
Yeah, no, he's running a really, really solid race. It's awesome to see how much confidence he has in himself in the car and seeing how comfortable he is to back the car into these corners. It reminds me of watching his dad drive, and it's just so awesome to see that kid out here killing it and having fun with it too.
Well, he's completely unaware of the battle, and there we go. I told you the second place drivers had to deal with Kristen Gerber. Oh, Kristen. Oh, Kristen totally getting right in front of the 113 of Andrew Cotter. Cotter having to get hard on the binders because she switched lines right in front of him. So the mandatory caution coming out here, the competition yellow, will come out this time around for our leader, Ryder Van Beekum. Well, there it is, Mia Chapman, the full course yellow, the competition yellow. And that's going to bunch the field back up again, but I don't think anybody on the field is going to have anything for Ryder Van Beekum.
Yeah, he is absolutely on the rails today. He's definitely running a really, really solid race.
I mean, it's great to see him out here, and that is one thing to say about the Van Beekum cars and everything. As long as catastrophic failure does not raise its head, they can run away. They have the ability and the skill to run away with it, just as you see here. But the driver I'm mostly impressed with right now is Alex Young in the 727 car, and Terry McBroom with a very uncharacteristic Terry McBroom mistake in turn 2, pushing him all the way outside, and in essence handing that second place to Alex Young. Boy, that. Oh, yeah, we could run that ball out for all I care. Well, wow, it's going to be interesting to see what the strategy is. Ryder Van Beekum out front knows the type of gap he can put on the rest of the field. So we're going to see how Ryder uses that to or against his advantage coming up here for the second half here. We've only got a few laps to go. In fact, 4 or 5 more laps. And what a great job from everybody out there. Very safe and clean so far. Oh, jeez. You're amazing. Wow, that's awesome. Hopefully that works. She's getting all dialed in. She's got her hoodie. Well, Ryder Van Beekem, I almost said Ryder Chapman. Ryder Van Beekem now enjoying the clean air out front and again extending his lead. I, again, am just mostly impressed with Alex Young, the lone Arctic cat out there in the red, white, and blue livery. And now he's got his hands full with Andrew Cotter. And Andrew Cotter to the inside. I just got done talking about it. But inside or outside in went Alex Young and said, "Not today, sir." They're drag racing down that back straightaway. Alex Young again to the outside. Is he going to take it in? No. Andrew Cotter now in second place. But I have a feeling that Alex Young is not done racing yet. Alex Young not yet giving up that second place. He is firmly in third. But Alex Young to the inside in turn 4. Turn 5, rather. And Alex Young got back that second place. Whoa! Above the bike goes Andrew Cotter. That was about as far as you want to go into the bike, into a corner, especially into turn 2 right there. Heavily banked, carrying a lot of speed, and that's what the car is telling you. A little too much speed right there. Now that's going to do something that is crazy to see out there, but Alex Young now going to take second place here today, barring no problems. And Terry McBroom now back up on the podium. Andrew Cotter, though, not done. Andrew Cotter not done racing yet either. Ryder Van Beekem just enjoying his own race out there. He's just out for a Sunday drive. He's out here driving it, get it done, and it's not Sunday yet. Checkered flag for Ryder Van Beekem. And a young man I'm very proud of right now, Alex Young, second place. And Terry McBroom, 1, 2, 3. The 76 of Nathan Owen catching through. And the 555 of Kylie Morse. And Kristen, where's she at? She's still out there. Kristen Thomas Gerber, not too bad at all. So at least get it here and get it finished. Well, all right, all right. What a lineup we got. Terry McBroom, come on over here. Alex Young. Come on with it. Come on. Mama's happy. I know you did. You sure did. Get on up there. Alex wanted to make sure he got second. He said, I got second, right? Yes, you did. Well, look at this. I love it now because I'm starting to get used to you boys and girls. I don't have any paper in my hand. Terry McBroom. Man, I know you're happy with that performance. You had to drive this one. I saw you out there.
Yeah, I had to work with these young guys. Yeah. All these guys. A lot of talent here. A lot of fun. I had a great time.
Well, I was calling you the veteran, and your lines you were choosing out there shows you why, man. You were definitely choosing the right lines out there. If you couldn't combat these youngins in their skill level, you definitely took them out because of your knowledge, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a little, see, I'm the old man. I need to be trained by somebody like that shoe over there. You know what boy right here. I think this boy will take the old man right there.
I think you're right. I think you're right. We'll have to see how that but your wisdom definitely out there in the line selection definitely came through.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I want to thank some people. I want to thank all the core people, all the core workers. I want to thank the good Lord watching out for us. I want to thank Apex Trucking and Cattle Company, DBA Construction, Metro Traffic Control, Daryl, my main man, what helps put the car together, and Sniffy for my engine tune, and my boys and my wife.
All right, this is Terry McBroom, everybody. Very humble young man. I love seeing him here on this podium. But let's move down here. This is a young man that I'm very excited about. He came to me walking up because I took second, right? Yeah, he's like, dude, I got to tell you, I've been watching you since you've been racing. That was one of your best races I've seen so far.
I don't know what happened. I just went.
Well, you did, and you know what? You had some big names. You had Terry to deal with. You had Cotter back there. You had Andrew Cotter, man. You earned this second place this time around.
This is the first race this year that the car has had zero problems. No limp mode, no overheating, nothing. So it's great to have the car working 100% finally.
Well, you hear that applause, man. Everybody else is just as happy to see you up here as me. Well, man, great job for you, and I hope to see many more races like this for the rest of the year from you.
I hope so, too.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people you want to say thank you to.
I have to give it all to my dad. The car broke during qualifying. The whole right side brake was gone. He got it going, fixed, running, good to go. Speedworks, rugged radios, blood lubricants, waistline wheels, POP seats, and of course Core for a fantastic event once again.
Well, on behalf of Core, we say thank you for being here. Make some noise out there, Alex Young, everybody. But this man, our title sponsor, our season sponsor, R&R Steel and Ryder Van Beekum. Dude, what a race. You were taking some of these corners like you were hanging it out. You're ready to just take on the top guys out here. So, man, great race from you today.
Yeah, the track was perfect and the car was dialed in.
It was definitely dialed in, man. You were basically backing it in here to turn 4. You were already sideways before you were even at the corner, so it looked very spectacular to watch.
Yeah, I lost brakes lap 2, so I was just trying to do what I could with our brakes.
Hey, let's scrub it. Instead of braking, we'll just go scrubbing sideways into a corner. Hey, there's 2 ways to slow a car down, and that's one of them.
Yeah, it definitely worked.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about that long list of people that make your race program happen.
I want to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, Core for putting this race on, my mom and dad, Matt and Kevin for getting my car ready for this weekend. I want to thank Ron Muzzy, R&R Steel Racing, Yaw Power, and Injector Dynamics.
All right, that sounds great, man. He's a machine. Boom, boom, boom. Ryder Van Beekum, everybody, on the top of the box here. I'm going to get out. We got another race coming up. Mia Chapman, let's talk about it.
We have our Youth NA Open class coming up next.
Mia Chapman, what a great day of racing so far. Uneventful. All the classes getting along pretty good. Not a lot of catastrophic failure, but a little bit of drama in almost every race.
Definitely, yeah. It's been such an awesome day racing so far. Weather's a little chilly, but it doesn't stop us here from racing. So, yeah, looking forward to see this next race coming up. It should be a good one.
Well, now you know it's cold because when we were driving in yesterday, if you take a look due west from us right now, you can see the clouds have finally kind of cleared up. You see that white stuff right there? That's snow. There is still snow out here, so no wonder why it's so cold. But, man, it is getting pretty good here when the sun kind of peeks its head out. I don't know why the heck they're calling this sunny California, because it's cold. All right. Well, let's see what we got up next. The Youth NA Open. Mason Cotter on row number 1 in 6'10". The number 951, my man, haven't been seen all weekend long. I can't wait. I'm sure he's going to make it to the podium, barring no issues with his car. Brian Willett will round off that row number 1. Row number 2, Jesse Johnson in the Y19, and the 1032 car right next to him of Nolan Bishop. Jackson Howdy. It's Spanish. Howdy. In the 149 on row 3 on the outside. And Mark Queen, you guys, you know him. So, Mark Queen, tell us about him. You've known him for quite a minute. You're talking, or you know about Mark.
Yeah, I think we kind of just grow up in the same, off-road industry of racing. So everybody kind of knows everybody. But, yeah, awesome to see him out here.
And then rounding off our last entry in this race, James Thomas in car number 225. We got the Open Youth Open. So we'll check it out. Mia Chapman, we got a stacked field. Brian Willard leading us to the outside. And Mason Cotter. And what a perfect start that was. Nobody jumped the gun. Every single car's pulled up. And already a car to the outside in turn 1. And I do believe in the last race that we were talking about, it was Mason and Brian Willard that gave us the race that we loved so much at the Shorty's Motorsports Complex. So now can Brian Willett and Mason Cotter give us a repeat performance on the Glen Helen race circuit? What a great battle we got going on so far. Mason Cotter and Brian Willett hanging in there. In the third place, it's the Jesse Johnson car of Y19. And these cars just are really laying the laps down right now. Well under 55 seconds by our leader, Mason Cotter. For the most part, these cars staying very well grouped together. Brian Willett leading the charge of the second group while Mason Cotter just checks out. Mason Cotter, no stranger to being up front. That's some great racing. 3 wide into turn 4. And you can see all cars set up right there. That is some great racing. The race definitely going on for third place back there between third place Nolan Bishop and Mark Queen. So a lot of cars here racing the line. It is a full course yellow. We got a big rollover in turn 5. So I'm wondering if they're going to use this as the competition yellow, as we got 6 laps remained, 6 of 12. But wow, Mia Chapman, a lot of drama here so far in this race. But the leaders, look at this, they don't even know where to stack right now, so we'll see how it's going to go. Well, all right. Shane now having to get out of the pace car. Well, all right, Mia Chapman, we got a little bit of confusion out here on the track. We'll see how it's going to go. We're probably going to return to see things that happen if we got it right. All right. Temper's flaring up out there a little bit, but that's okay. We got to get it official, so. All right, and we'll get it all worked out here. Casey Kane and Marnie Jones will make sure that we have what is fair. So, and that can get easy to do, to get caught up in the moment out here in racing. We're still getting the car in turn 5 out of the way. And safety crews on that one, so there must be a little bit more to the wreck than just being over. And I don't have a number on that car, but I do believe that is the James Thomas car. I'm not sure. So, again, unofficially. All right. All right, we got the car cleared in turn 5. Towed right now as we speak. We've got our stack ready, and I don't think I know there's at least one not very happy individual on the course right now. But the great thing about technology is when we have it in the ground like that, we don't Brian Willett pulling off. What is going on? No! Must have got a flat or something. What is that all about? Lots of things going on in the Brian Willett crew. Brian actually pulled off the course to jump into a pit right away to hopefully make or stay on the lead lap. Lots of cars shuffling, and Shane is just we're gonna start the race one way or the other. Can Brian Willett stay on the lead lap? This is gonna be exciting to see. Lots of drama during this race here in the Youth NA Open.
Yeah, definitely going to be tricky with us going green here pretty soon.
Brian Willett back on it. All right. All right, and we're pulling up. And Brian Willett's just going to have to stay where he's at. Oh, look at this. All right, core officials already here. Everybody's looking at the call. And let's see what's going on. Well, me and Chapman, this makes it hard for us to announce right now because I don't want to make the wrong or right call. But Brian Willett, he pulled over to go into the pit, but when under the green, he was already accelerating, passing cars. So we're going to find out what happens here. Again, everything that I say is unofficial, so I can't.
Yeah, it's hard to call on stuff like that, but an action-filled race nonetheless.
Well, this is going to be an interesting race to see how it plays out, and we'll see how it goes, and we'll just announce it the best way we can. So, error or not, the lineup is Mason Cotter still out front, Brian Willett in second place, and Jesse Johnson out in the Y19 in third place. All right. Well, back out on the course right now, Mason Cotter out front, extending the lead. And we're trying to get a call here without discussing anything that we know. But now the number 87 car back up into the mix of things. The number 87 of Mark Queen. But physically on the course right now, Mason Cotter out front, Brian Willett, and Y19 of Jesse Johnson. Wow, actually, excuse me, it's Nolan Bishop now in the 1022 car. Well, Mason Cotter, we talked about Mason Cotter. We read his resume. BMX star turned off-road short course racer. And just like another well-known name in short course and motocross racing, Jeremy McGrath got his start in BMX racing. So Mason Cotter right now showing you the ability to race BMX and all that and bring it out here and get it into short course racing. And now all that knowledge and data transfers to sawing on the steering wheel out here in short course racing here at Glen Helen. Just saw the chat on a phone. TB Racing wanted to say great job, Terry McBroom. Everybody loves Terry McBroom. He's the feel-good story out here. So white flag flies for our leader, Mason Cotter. And the rest of the field behind him will take the white flag as well, with indicating one more lap to go. All right. Checkered flag flies from Mason Cotter. The rest of the field will take it. And just physically what I see on the track, Brian Willitten just behind him. And the number 132 car of Nolan Bishop will be physically top three. And the V19 All right, let's do this. I need Jesse Johnson. What is it? I need Nolan Bishop and Mason Cotter. Let's get you guys up here on the podium. And Jesse Johnson, where you at? Come on. All right. A little bit of Mike Tyson on there. I like it. All right, man. A little bit of drama going on here, but we'll figure it out. And right now, for the moment, you are third place. So crazy race going on there. A little bit of carnage out there in turn 5, and that kind of changed the outcome of this race. But this result, pretty crazy to handle. But what was it like from your seat?
It was good race. Happened, just car caught traction, and I was able to save it.
Well, it definitely looked good out there. You still gave us something to work with in a race, and man, it still looked good.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Just want to say thank you to God for keeping me safe out there, and my Nana, my Papa, Mom and Dad, and Ramsey.
All right, well, very good. Jesse Johnson, man, out here on third place. We're going to keep moving right along here. And Nolan Bishop. A lot of stuff out there. What was it like from your seat?
Yeah, pretty good. I started P4 for kind of a few mistakes in qualifying, but I got my car changed and sent it. A little bit of wheel rubbing and stuff, but that's racing.
That is racing. You know what? Keeping the car cool together and you're not hurting it when you do that rubbing, that is good racing.
Yeah, for sure. And thank you, Court, for giving me my spot back after that kid stole it.
I mean, that is all right. We try to handle. Still a lot of controversy going on, but we'll get it straight. I promise that. I just realized I still have my hoodie on. What the heck? All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Lamosas Racing, George Lamosas, Victory Heating and Air, Polaris, Rancho Engine Machine, JJ for coming out, and Dennis also, Sneaky Tuned, Bikeman Performance, Willwood Disc Brakes, Slick Products, and anyone else I forgot, thank you too.
All right, Nolan Bishop, second.
Oliver Golding, OG Racing, and I think that's it.
Well, you can definitely take the mic anytime. I will let you have it. I don't need to hear my voice anymore. I love hearing yours. Nolan Bishop, everybody, second place. But the man indisputably that has won this race. And, man, we were talking about your BMX career. If you go back and watch it on Rumble and you, man, turn it into a race career, make some noise for Mason Cotter. Jeez, dude, you just totally avoided all the drama behind you. And you probably just saw a little bit of it when you guys were lapping around.
Yeah, that qualifying spot was really important. Starting on the front is a big plus on these races.
Especially on this course, it's really technical from the other one we do in Chandler and everything. Getting a good start and being up there in P1, that is really the difference here.
Yeah, that was a super fun race. I needed to just get a really good start. I mean, Sneaky had my car dialed. The thing was a rocket ship. Off that start, it just took off. I could barely keep my head from touching my seat.
I mean, it really was. You definitely extended a lead out there, and it showed. And it was looked like you were having fun. You were poised, and you were very confident.
Yeah, it took me a few laps to get used to the track, but after a couple laps, I figured it out.
Oh, definitely showing. All right, man, let's talk about the people that are behind you.
I'd like to thank Sneaky, Polaris, Gates Belts, Rugged Radios, especially Andrew from Sneaky, my dad, Brad, James, and everybody else who helps me.
Well, make some noise out there. Your winner, Mason Cotter. And Mia Chapman, we've got another race coming up, and let's talk about it. Well, all right, mid-tab, let's get back to racing. It's the pros. They're getting ready to come out here. This is the National Aspirated Pros. Braden Baker out there and Robert Van Beekum right next to him on row number 1. Row number 2, it's Chase Mankin and Trenton Collette. Who do we have in row 3?
Row number 3, we have the 22 of Cruz Bichard. Right next to him, the 33 of Jonah Bishop. Rounding out this last row, we have the 946 of Brian Farrell. Right next to him, the 195A of Michael Bernstein.
All right, we have in here the live chat. Somebody said the restart was BS. You shouldn't be able to be full speed coming from the back when everyone is at caution speed. Should be penalty or DQ. Everything I say here on this comment is unofficial. I have to say that again, but I'm going to give you my take on it and just the validity. It's not actual. But that was his position, right? That was his position when we went full yellow. He was in second. Now, as we know, and we read the rule book, and again, this is unofficial. This is just what I've heard. This is my assessment on the whole thing. So this is an opinion of the announcer. Again, anything I say here is not official. But that was his position. But when he took the pit, he should have lined up at the back of the pack. So
yeah, I think we'll leave the penalty calling to
yes,
the
absolutely,
and the crew up here.
Absolutely. So that was my assessment right there. Not my. Again, I am not. I am a race official, but I am not responsible for any of the official calls.
We're just entertainment.
We are clearly the mouth. So that was the reasoning, because I was down there to talk with Brian Willett. I'm a huge fan of Brian. I mean, as you've heard me talk about him all day today. I just love his style. He's very humble, but he again is very passionate. And as we have witnessed, he's very fast. I mean, he's the only ones that can put it into the Cotter, freight train. I mean, the Cotter pit over there, everybody that comes out of Cotter, they are just smoking fast. And Brian Willett is like the first of the rest of the field, if you will, So I have definitely become a fan of Brian Willett and his style and everything he does. So I don't think he did that out of, he was trying to, he really did believe that the position P2 on the restart was his. So there it is. And like I said, he didn't mean no malice. Lots of energy spent on that. So let's move along here. And that should help Craw 1104. I wonder if that's Braden Craw. It says Craw. Anyhow, we'll work it out. And hey, that happens every time something kind of happens. Well, right now the pros getting ready to take the track. And man, pretty uneventful today. A little bit of drama there on that one, but we'll move right on past it. And the pros are on the track. So Mia Chapman. Look at this field of pros. If that's not intimidating, look at how tightly packed they are. Green flag. They were held it together. Well, the man out front, Robert Van Beekum, with Baker right behind him, Braden Baker. And Chase Mankin will round off the top 3 on our start. And look at the speed they are carrying into that back straightaway.
Yeah, definitely a lot of competition in this class, a lot of talented drivers, like we see now with Robert Van Beekum and Braden Baker. I mean, these guys really know how to put on a show and keep it clean at the same time.
The experience is definitely coming through. You can see it right now. These are the pros, and that's basically it. A pro has just a little more speed into the corner and a little more exit speed. And that shows you by the lap time down as low as 55 seconds set by Bobby Van Beekum. right when the race starts. Well, we were talking up here in Race Command. It's like every time a race starts, it's like the wind just picks up and knows we're racing. And you heard Jason, or maybe you weren't here for the driver's meeting. We are racing, rain or not. So if it rains, starts to rain, we're racing. Just that I'm going to move back 10 feet and start announcing. Wrap myself in a blanket and a ratchet strap. Well, the Van Beekums, when they get out front, there's nothing stopping or slowing them down. Bobby Van Beekum right now at his own pace, but Braden Baker is not quite letting him have it. And Braden Baker, the only one of this field of pros that has Bobby Van Beekum in his sights. Great shot there of Bernstein, Michael Bernstein going there into turn 4. You can see all 4 of those wheels just catching traction as we were talking earlier of these cars being in 4-wheel drive. Braden Baker now right on the bumper of Bobby Van Beekum. Can Braden Baker get around Bobby? He's taking it into a race. He must have caught some ground on him because they're within striking distance of each other right now. Bobby Van Beekum is going to have to race the race right now and just set the pace because Braden Baker is right there waiting for a mistake. Braden Baker now setting up into turn 2, trying to get the inside line from Bobby Van Beekum. Bobby staying smooth and square in the middle with a neutral line on almost every corner of the course right now. And that begs me to ask the question, is that the smart line? It's like he's playing it safe. Like Bobby's not pushing it or really, he's just playing it safe. If you look, he's staying neutral into every corner.
Yeah, he's definitely pushing it out there. I think we're seeing more of a calm version of Bobby driving, keeping it together. We know he's got a fast car and the skills are there, so now it's just a matter of bringing it to the finish. But yeah, definitely 2 fast guys out front right now.
I mean, I have to agree with that. Bobby sometimes, especially if there's a mistake or he has gets a bobble early, man, he just comes back like a man possessed. But right now he's showing and you can see it right there, scrubbing a little speed into turn 2. We can see it here live on our teleprompter. But Bobby Van Beekum right now is staying smooth and poised. But I think Bobby's going to have to let it hang out a little bit if he's going to want to be top of the box. Braden Baker just not letting him go. It's a drag race to turn 1. Who's it going to be? Braden to the inside. Wow! Well, and you can see I'm not going to trust our overlay anymore because it's got Bobby Van Beekum in P1, but
Yeah, that was a close call over the finish. I don't know.
Marnie, we got it. Bobby Van Beekum up front. Marnie. Bobby in 1. Okay. I just got the official, the drag race. I mean, we've got to, look, I was just going to be talking, we got to be talking seconds. We're talking tenths, hundreds, we're talking 30 tenths, 30 hundredths of a second.
Yeah, separating
what the heck?
Bobby and Braden.
31 hundredths of a second. Or 3 100ths, or 30 thousandths. 30 thousandths and 3 100ths of a second. We'll go with that. Wow. Or there, actually, you can see it right there. So it's 24 hundredths of a second. Wow. Wow. That's too close. They were literally side by side. And you know all that boiled down to is transponder placement. Like where it is of the car. Just think about it.
Yeah, usually they're all within the same place.
Yeah, very close. But I mean, if you have a bumper sticking out of the car that's, you know.
They usually go on the A-pillar for that reason.
Okay, for that very reason. Yeah. All right. Well, very good. Let's just put it this way. That was way too close to call by the naked eye.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell just by watching them drive. I mean, it's a really, really close race between those two.
Well, I hope they go. There it is right there, 6:23.39, 6:23.363. So that's crazy. And that's elapsed time. So if they're drag racing like that, they caught it up. So, all right, well, Braden Baker looking tough. Bobby Van Beekam's going to have his hands full for the second half here. Green flag waved pretty early there. But all the cars seem to be single file. And did not affect. Whoa! What happened there? Braden Baker.
It looks like he tried to come back, cut back under Van Beekum to make that pass work, but just clipped his back tire.
Well, let's hope it's clean enough not to get Bobby a tire going down. Now we've got a race. We got a race on our hands for sure, one way or the other. At this moment, doesn't seem like Bobby has any tire going down him or Braden. I love watching the pros set that corner. That's a great corner right there. It's crazy. Turn 1, not that aggressive. Turn 2, aggressive. And turn 6, my favorite turn out here on Glen Helen circuit. So Chase Mankin now watching the battle unfold, but he too is in the thick of this battle, and he could be there to pick up if these two keep dicing it up like this. If not, though, this is gonna make look at this Mankin to the inside. This is gonna make for a spicy podium. We haven't said that all weekend. A spicy podium. Whoa, that was so close. This is definitely a nail biter. I think that word is exactly what we need right here, Mia Chapman. Bobby just stepping that car sideways into turn 6. Love watching that corner. Chase Mankin out of the inside, challenging for second place into turn 2. Mankin with second place, taking it over from Braden Baker. We were just talking about that happening, and I. I have to agree with you that if I had no clue I did. Oh, Mankin into Bobby Van Beekum. Whoa. And that's definitely some damage to Bobby's car, it looks. Wow, Chase Mankin down to the inside. Bobby Van Beekum all out of shape. I'm betting that Bobby's car is damaged.
Wow, that's a heartbreaker.
I bet you Bobby's got an axle because he has no traction to set the car up. Yeah, Bobby's done. So I saw, I don't know whose error it was here down the back straightaway. I saw it there, but Chase, or I'm sorry, rather, Braden Baker and them got into it. Wow. So Trenton Collette in third. Okay, let's get it now. Braden Baker, Chase Mankin, and Trenton Collette. 1, 2, 3, unofficially. Well, crowd, what do you guys think about that race? Devin, a nail biter right there, right, crowd? Nobody at all is going to get behind me on that one? Wow. Well, all right, gentlemen, let's do the bench race, and after the interviews, let's go. Come on, come on. Chase Mankin, Trenton, and Braden, come on up here. I got to get you guys on the podium. We got a schedule. I just love this one. All right, Trenton. I called it, you heard me say it. What a nail biter. I mean, there was so much drama there. Bobby there, I think he broke an axle there going down and collected one of the boys over there. But you were right there staying consistent, and when everything worked its way out, bam, you're in third place.
Yeah, I was just sitting back there waiting for.
That's all right. It's been doing that because I think the wind has a little bit to do with it. But that's okay. You were waiting for something to happen, and you got it here.
I got it. I just want to thank 2X Motorsports, the Greco family for all their help that they've given me. Van Beekham's, he's helped me out a lot as well. All my friends and family for coming out. Thank you all.
All right. Let everybody doing a great job. Moving right along here to second place, Chase Mankin. All right, let's talk about it, man. One of you got collected there when Bobby broke. I'm assuming Bobby broke an axle, stood out there. Who was the one that got collected in it? Was it you or was it Braden?
Yeah, that was me. Past Braden, made a little mistake. Then had an issue with Bobby. But yeah, just lost an axle, spun out, came right into him. But yeah, hey, second, so that's cool.
It did work out because you guys were still rallying for the checkered flag. You guys were still all out sprint, man. They called it the nail biter. So both me and Chapman and Glenn, they were saying that was a nail biter race if I've ever seen one.
Oh yeah, it was that entire race. I was in third for most of the. And then is the mic on? Okay. And then just. I don't know why it's made a pass. Just a nail biter the entire time.
I wonder if I'm losing a battery. But all right, it was a nail biter for sure. Well, let's talk about the people that make the race happen.
Well, my mom and dad for coming out here. Car One, Polaris, KMC Wheels, JMar, and everyone else.
All right, make some noise out here. Chase Mankin on the podium after a big, crazy thing. But this man right here, Braden Baker. Well, let's find out about this, man. We turned away just for 2 seconds and looked down. See, you guys are collected up there in turn 6. Tell us about it from your seat.
It was awesome. We were going back and forth. The top three, I could see Chase right behind me in the corners, and we were just going back and forth with Robert, and it was clean battles going back and forth. And I was just trying to find a spot to get around Robert, and it was a good event, and you guys put on a great event.
Man, you were right there the entire race, though. Bobby Van Beeken, normally when he gets out front, he just checks out. But you were not having it, man. You were right there on his bumper the whole race, and that's why we called it the nail biter. And I'm assuming that Bobby's probably out there. He probably broke an axle because that's very uncharacteristic of him just to spin out like that. But you were there, and you picked it up, and you kept chugging forward.
Yeah, and awesome. We got on the box.
All right, very good. First place. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
So I can't thank everybody that showed up, all the friends and family that showed up, Mason, Connor, Rob, Dave, all the guys, my dad, everybody that helped put this car together. 3 days ago, this car wasn't even a chassis. So we spent all week building it, and then we got it back from Sandblast Thursday night, put the car together, spent some all-nighters trying to get it done. And, in qualifying was the first time ever driving the car, so we didn't know what to expect. And I just can't thank everybody at the shop. Connor, I'm probably missing a bunch. And all our amazing sponsors. You guys know who you are, and thank you guys enough for everything.
All right, Braden Baker at the top of the box after Bobby Van Beeken gets checked out. We'll talk with Bobby. We'll go back there. Let's see if we can talk with Bobby and see what the hassle is on this car after being in the lead. Let's go. Let's take a walk. Mia Chapman, the nail biter. And you guys can get pictures. Do I even see? There he is. There's Bobby. Trying not to get the speaker to do that. Sorry about that. Blast it. So, Mr. Van Beeken, I'm assuming by the attitude of the car you broke an axle.
Yeah, right before the caution, I got a rock stuck in the wheel, and it kept locking my wheel up on the left-hand corner. So that's when they were catching back up to me, and then I don't know how it got. It was somewhere between the caution and got out, and then about 3 laps in on the caution, when I broke a right axle. I was able to keep it going with the right axle broken, but then we broke a sway bar link, and that was it. Yeah, that's what made me spot. I had no sway bar at all coming in that corner. I tried to rotate earlier to keep the car from going all the way against the wall. I noticed it was starting to go against the wall because I had no sway bar. I broke the sway bar link. So, anyways, it was a great race. It was a great battle with these guys being close, but it was crazy to see. You just put this brand new 2024 Polaris motor in this morning. It's brand new stock right out of the crate. So it's amazing to be able to put a car that's bone stock on the podium like that's. Pretty good job.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good. You got it over here. But man, you had to feel the pressure there from Braden Baker. He was right there.
Oh no, for sure. I'm used to having a big motor and not having to worry about pressure like that. So it was good competition.
All right, we love to see it. Bobby Van Beeken here. He's in good smiles and he's a good attitude. R&R Steel, get it done again. And we'll see him tomorrow. Like you heard him, stock engine, being able to get it done. We'll get it back. Mia Chapman, what race do we got coming up next?
We have our Amateur Turbo class coming up next.
Mia Chapman, we got just a few more races. As we heard there, Bobby Van Beekman did indeed break an axle and lost a sway bar. You know, it's crazy to understand, though, that a sway bar is that critical to the handling of a car.
Oh, yeah, very much. Especially here in short course racing, it's very critical. So when you lose that and an axle, it makes it really difficult to drive.
Man, and Braden just did a great job out there, staying there, putting the pressure on Bobby. And you heard him say that stock motor had him racing for once. He actually had to, he said that he's not used to that kind of pressure. So it was good for Bobby to have to jump back into the old days and actually have to win one.
Yeah, no, definitely impressive coming out there with a stock motor and having to hold your own and, you know, hold it off for as long as he did was definitely one to watch for sure.
That sure was. You know, and I've been saying it all day. There's two ways to get an interview from me: win one or break. And Bobby Van Beekman epically braked there and, broke there rather. And he still got the interview. Okay, so the amateur turbos coming up. Ryder Van Beekman in this one with Ryder Chapman in row one right next to him. In the 560 car, Ryan Denny, the young lady that we know and love from Phoenix. I just saw Fonz down there and said, hello. 733, Andre Tourmay. And who do we have in row three?
Row three, we have the 113 of Andrew Cotter. Right next to him, the 153 of Trey Hart. Rounding out our fourth row, we have the 912 of AJ Burke, and right next to him, the 70 of Oliver Golding.
Well, it's going to be a great race here. You've heard me talk about AJ Burke before, and his car just having a hard time, in my opinion. What I viewed there at Shorty's, it just wasn't working correctly. I think the rebound was set just a little too fast, but I've said it at our last race as well. But he could tune those shocks via the app that is now with Polaris, so he can adjust them. But, man, the car, whether he's adjusted it or kept it the same, seemed to really be working here today. So it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to see the best race of A.J. Burke so far this year.
Yeah, definitely. I think we saw him earlier today, and now stepping into this amateur turbo class. There's some pretty talented drivers in this one, so it'll definitely be a challenging one for everyone.
Well, we got the riders in there, so, not just because it's your brother, but if I was just stepping back and it was at a race and I've been following it, for 8-9 years straight, I would want to see this race right here between the riders, the battle of the riders.
Definitely, yeah. They have their own unique driving styles and, both completely different on how they drive and car setups and all of that. So, it's my brother Ryder Chapman's first race in the amateur turbo class this weekend, so still getting used to it, but he's having a lot of fun with it. It's a pretty big change going from, an NA car to a turbo car. So, yeah, it's going to be awesome to watch both of them out here today.
Indeed it is, and they are getting ready to take the track, and I love this format right now. No sight lap. We just get them out there on the front straightaway. The straightaway's long enough. You see Shane pull off in the pace car, and, man, we're going racing. And there's that livery, the Van Beekman livery out here right now, the R&R Steel livery, I should say. Loving your brother's red stars, and here we go. You can hear him get a little antsy. We're going green. Ryan Denny pulling up next to Ryder Chapman, and Ryder and Ryan now going into turn two with Ryder Van Beekman leading the pack. And boy, that got me a little twisted up there with the riders. It's like you gotta make sure. I'm probably going to have a Freudian slip here during this race, so we'll have to be okay with it. I'm already apologizing for my mistake. Now that I said that, with that said, watch me not mess it up at all now. I just realized I forgot to ask Bobby. His finger is definitely very, very injured, and I didn't get a chance to talk to him about how the finger plays into it because he didn't even bother him.
Yeah, not much bothers him when he's out there. You hardly ever know unless it's something catastrophic that goes wrong. You really never know.
Well, right now, loving the Ryder Van Beekman out front. We got a pair of riders first and second. They are teammates coming here to court. And it's great to see these two just getting it done out here. And I have a feeling with no problem, this is where we're going to end up. Well, it's great to see another Van Beekum out front for the R&R Steel pit. And Ryder looking great in the turbo car. I'd be safe to look at that as we talk and seeing him pitch it and set that car into turn 4. Ryder Chapman definitely feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he hasn't had much seat time in the car. Was a desert car that got converted into a short course car, so came from the shop basically straight here into practice yesterday and the race today. So yeah, awesome to see him out here getting more comfortable in it.
So in your best estimation or knowledge, you talked about it right there, a desert car becoming a short course car. We're talking travel numbers, or are we just talking ride height?
Everything, really. Yeah, that car was used as a desert car in most of the desert races, and yeah, converted over to a short course car, which, you know, isn't a super difficult thing to do. Got it turned around pretty quickly, and we're able to get it out here.
Well, definitely very interesting to watch and hear that. And these are all inside factors that, as an announcer, unless somebody tells me about it being up here, I will never know to announce that or talk about it. So, Ryder Chapman in an ex-desert car, very good-looking desert car, I might add, and it looks like to turn out to be one pretty competitive short course car as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, they got it turned around. All the guys at R&R Steel got it turned around really good, and hopefully handling good for him here today.
Man, I'm very proud of the Van Beekum crew and everything they've done out here and helping us out here at Core with the 2024 season. I do, with the deepness of my heart, believe that, you know, you heard me say it before, we're getting the band back together. I think we've done a great job of getting the band back together. A lot of the workers from Lucas, myself included, able to come out here for Core and really just turn it around for the 2024 season. And I can't say it enough, really happy that Bobby Van Beekum, the entire Van Beekum crew with R&R Steel coming on for 2024. But right now, 1, 2, 3, Ryder, Ryan. Sounds pretty good.
The 3 R's.
Ryder Van Beekum, Ryder Chapman, Ryan Denny. And here she comes, the wind. Here comes the wind. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, I don't know that I can handle this. Me, a Chapman. I'm an off-road racer, not a snowboarder. Well, actually, I do snowboard. I actually love to snowboard. I just wanted to say that. I'm not a snow skier. And I was talking about it earlier. I was telling you, AJ Burke's car, and looking at it, man, he's definitely got it. That car is definitely set up for this track. Mia Chapman, we got the competition yellow out at this point. And that's going to mean good news to Ryder Chapman and Ryan Denny and the rest of the field out there, Andre Tomei. And a big apologies out there to the Olette family. I've been pronouncing it wrong. You know, I've never had more names that I have messed up than when I became the announcer for Core. I mean, our list keeps getting longer and longer of names. Hodeke is the craziest one, but if you look, instead of Hogeness, it's Ho Guinness. Like Guinness the beer. Ho Guinness. I think that's the right way to do it, right? I don't know. I don't know if I helped it or hurt it. But some names I got right are Ryder, Van Beekum, and Chapman. Ryan Denny, the young lady out there. And she's dicing it up like another young lady that I know. Well, coming up next, this is the Amateur Turbo. But we're going to see Bobby Van Beekum again in the Pro Turbo class. And then I didn't see him out here for qualifying. But how many SR1s do we have here today? I cannot wait to see the SR1s triumphant return to Glen Helen Raceway. No, none. Oh, 0. I just got Glen's all no. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Witherow. Jason Witherow, always a pleasure. Now that's your dad, young man. Glenn gave me the little 0, and Jason gave me the huge 0, the big fat 0. You know what? I don't care if it's a big 0 or a little 0. It's still a 0. Here we go. Back to the second half. Ryder Van Beekum out front. A great start. So let's see if your brother has learned a line watching his teammate Van Beekum. At this moment now, though, Chapman's got his hands full with Ryan Denny. Ryan Denny, another seasoned veteran here in the Amateur Turbo. He's been racing for quite a while back in the day, if you recall. And she's got it down, and she is trying to chase down younger brother of Mia Chapman up here, Ryder Chapman.
He gets bored.
Yeah, he does. He does. He was all over the short. I seriously think he does it just I have to agree with you on that sentiment, Mia Chapman, but sometimes, and we see Ryan Denny right now inheriting second place over Ryder Chapman. And like we were talking about lines, I simply love Ryder Van Beekum's line here into turn 4. Sets the car up early and stays in it. The car stays and just comes right around. Same thing here into turn 5. Oh. We've got a hard luck recipient going out there. After being up in the front runners The number 733 of Andre Tomei dropping well back. And probably an axle or something like that as well with that car. White flag flies for Ryder Van Beekem. Ryan Denny now inheriting second place. We'll talk with your brother on the podium. If he can hang on right there to third place, it's going to be Ryder Van Beekem, Ryan Denny, and Ryder Chapman. I don't know, though. A little bit of tuning, a little bit of seat time. Your brother's going to really take to this class. I think he's got the gist of it and controls of the car. And I think, like you said, a little seat time, he's really going to mature as a turbo driver.
Definitely, yeah. He's grasping onto it pretty quickly. It's hard to go from an NA car to a turbo car and learning how to drive it differently. But all learning experience, and he finished on the podium, so you really can't complain.
I have to agree with you on that one. Ryder Van Beekem, your victor in this 10-lap race, round number 4 of Glen Helen. And we will talk with the riders after this and the young lady, Ryan Denny. All right. These riders and drivers, it's not 2 riders, they're all drivers. You know, this might never cut out. I walked all the way down to the track, and now it's cutting out almost every 2 seconds. What the heck? Hey, I'm wondering if I actually have the base where it was or if it's fallen down. So we'll just have to deal with it now. All right, bam. Ryder, that's what happens when you're not here to grab your trophy. It falls in the dirt. Well, Ryder Chapman, let's start with you. I said the riders and the drivers. That means you 2 riders. But tell us what happened out there.
Car was feeling really good up until the halfway point. I started losing RPMs going midway through the corner, but car was feeling pretty good besides that. It's fun being back out here, being in a turbo car. My first ever time ever actually racing a turbo car, so it's been pretty fun this weekend.
So how do you set it up a little different from a naturally aspirated car? Is it a different drive into the corners, or where's the difference of the 2 cars?
Oh, it's way different. Your throttle control has to be different, and setting it up, you kind of just it's a bigger car, so you can't really just like snap it in there like that. Yeah, kind of have to let the car set up itself in a way. So.
Oh wow, that's exciting to hear that. All right, well, still fabulous to watch. Ryan was there, and if you're losing power, she ain't gonna let you. She'll go right around you.
Yeah, it was pretty fun, but I just want to thank my mom, my dad,
R&R Steel, XMF, and Pep Tuning Jaime. Thank you to, I don't have very many sponsors, but those three I just listed off right there are my biggest helpers, and just thank you.
All right, very good. He's very passionate about it, man. Anybody else you want to say thank you to?
Core, too, for coming back out here. It's actually really nice, and thank you, God, for keeping me safe. And it's just been a pretty fun weekend.
All right, perfect. Ryder Chapman, everybody, third place. A little bit of disappointment there, but, man, I think you did a great, first race at a turbo and your first podium, so that you can't be complaining about that. But this young lady, a veteran to this class, and, man, if you're out there, you know you're going to get a podium, right? You're just like, I'll be there. But good-looking race out there.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the most hard-fought races ever. Finally caught Ryder and passed him, and then I was just hunting down the other rider.
That's the race of the riders I was saying up there from the announcer's booth. Man, you're still looking smooth as ever. The rest of the field there was there just to watch you three just pull away. So very exciting to announce. So, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my grandpa, Burrow Enterprises, 518 Designs, Torco Fuels, 2X, and Connor Maxwell for spotting for me.
All right, well, very good. Look at that. A machine. She knows how to get it done. Ryan Teddy. But this man, second time on the top of the podium. Ryder Van Beeken, man, hold it down for the whole R&R Steel crew over there.
Yeah, it feels good to be up here again.
All right, well, that car you were saying, talk to us, take us through it. It looks like you lost brakes, or what happened out there?
Yeah, off the restart, I came off the first whoop a little wonky and lost brakes.
Wonky is exactly a racing word right there. We were wonky coming off the whoops, and we lost the brakes. So right on. Hey, well, it looked great out there. You just pretty much led it from wire to wire, and the rest were just there to try to play catch-up. So, all right, let's talk about the people that make a race program happen for Ryder Van Beeken.
I want to thank God for keeping me safe. I want to thank Kevin and Matt. I want to thank my mom and dad, R&R Steel Racing, Rugged Radios, XMF, Injector Dynamics, and Yacht Power Suspension.
Man, another machine on the podium. Ryder Van Beeken, your winner. I'm going to get on out here. We've got a couple more races, no SR1s. Hey, Jason, Witherell, how many SR1s do we have? A big fat O. What's it? O. Is that your O face? All right. That's a zero face. My bad. All right. I knew he'd like that one. Well, coming up next, we only got a couple more races, man, and we're calling it a day. It's cold. It's cold out here in Glen Helen. It's not cold? Well, I don't have the mullet to keep me warm. Look, I'm bald. I ain't got no hair.
Yeah.
What about you guys? Are you warm?
Kinda.
Kinda. See, you're in shorts. You can't tell me you're not warm.
I'm warm.
Oh, no, you're not warm. I know better than that. You're warm and a liar. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't mean this. I was just playing with you. Well, of course you're warm. You're like me. Look at the kids. It's like chum. I gave them a little bit. And it's like, I'm being attacked by the kids. Mia Chapman, what race do we have up next? Oh, she's not even up there. She's down here. She's down here somewhere. Oh, well. No handoffs if she's down here. Stick around. Next race coming up shortly.
Up next, we have the Youth NA Unlimited.
I love Vision Canopy for sure. Well, let's look at this. We just got the hero card. Jade Manchester up here looking great. The car looking great. Great livery of the 923 car. And special thanks to all my partners. Vision Canopy right now. Tyler, is it Tyler? I think it is. Or is it Kyle? It's Kyle. I messed it up. Kyle, if you're watching, let me make sure. I got to hang out with him when I was doing the short course racing with car number 923? Yes, car number 923. I am. That's not what I'm looking for. Hold on, honey. Yes, it's Kyle. No, it's Kyle. I screwed it up. Too many Tylers and Kyle in off-road racing. Tons of Kyles out here. Too many riders in off-road racing. At least 3. But Ryder's not a very common name, like Mark or Mike or John.
I feel like it is now.
Yeah, it probably is now. But anyhow, Vision Canopy, Kyle out there, he is an amazing sponsor to have out there. Vision Canopy helping out with the other racing organization that I do. And San Clemente Originals out there, and Maxxis and Vision Wheels. So Vision Canopy, Vision Wheel, everything's Vision nowadays. The vision of the woke. Well, all right, Mia Chapman. 16 drivers in this class. We'll start it off, unless you want to start it off.
Sure. We got on the first row the 119 of Cole Warner. Right next to him, the 923 of Jaden Manchester. Second row, the 155 of Carson Greco. Right next to them, the 951 of Brian Willett. Third row, we have the 84 of Mikey Childress. Right next to them, the 258 of Declan Shields. Fourth row, we have the 1610 of Mason Cotter. Right next to him, the 623 of Stephanie
Vorapius.
Vorapius.
I knew he'd get it. And then fifth row, right there next to them, Cash Hart, and in the outside, Tatum Forrester. Back to the inside of row 6, Megan Starr with 928, and then the 999 car of Kyle Niner. Jack Wilson will be in the 522 car in row 7. And right next to them is Carson Scalf in the 401. 916, Carson Farrell. And the 149 of Jackson Hodegi. Woo! And what a race. All cars making it through turn 1. They're 3 or 4 wide going into turn 2. A lot of bump going into turn 2 right there. That was a hard impact. And I hope both drivers are okay. And still having issues now. The field's still trying to find their race position out there. They are still jockeying around to get their clean spot. So right now, Cole Warner out front in the 110 and then 119 rather. And Carson Greco in second place, and young Mikey Childress in third place. And Brian Willett, the right man for the job, to be the thorn in the side of those top 3. As you see Brian Willett really carrying some speed into turn number 4. And our leader is pulling off. Our leader has lost power in turn 2. Cole Warner just coming to a complete rest and pulls the car to the inside of turn 2. And now handing the lead over to Greco. We might have a second win for Greco. And now Brian Willett in the mix. Pulling up against Mikey Childress. Being Chapman, we knew this race was going to be exciting. I just didn't know it was going to be this exciting. Carson Greco now inheriting the lead after a loss of power by our leader, Cole Warner. So Carson Greco now. Carson Greco having an outstanding weekend thus far. Our top three still Carson Greco. You can see the top. And Brian Willett now moving a spot down as Mason Cotter in that green car. And here it is again, Mason Cotter and Brian Willett. And the man we were talking about, Jackson Manchester, or Jaden Manchester rather. And Jaden Manchester all the way to 5th position right now, battling up the top 5. Wow, wow, wow. What a race we have on our hands. Well, if you're out there listening to us, we cannot even hear ourselves over the roar of these engines. There's so many cars on the track. So I don't think our local announcing is working. This is going to have to be for the live feed only. Mandatory caution coming out now. The caution. The competition yellow. Well, right here, I was talking to you guys. If you guys heard me on while we're not trying to be quiet up here. We just can't hear ourselves. There were so many cars, and they all had the loudest exhaust of all. And we were just talking on the microphone for you people if you're joining us on the live track feed.
Yeah, this mandatory will definitely be interesting to see how the rest of the race shakes out as we come into the last and remaining final laps. I know all these drivers are going to be pushing it to try to get that top spot, but hopefully we can keep it clean.
Well, I wonder what the mindset is of the rider that's, let's say 6 and back. You're back there and you're watching this race unfold because they're staying pretty tightly knit, bunched together. But, man, if you're not one of the top 5 drivers, Greco just on fire for this weekend. A second podium for Carson would be awesome. I know Grandma's watching. Chris Denny, Ryan's mom, she chimed in and said, go Ryan. Great race. And now we got Karen J. Howard, go Mikey. So I'm sure that's for Mikey Childress. And Mikey Childress now sitting firmly in second place. So can Mikey Childress get it to second on my podium? And look at this. Jaden Manchester now up to third, and Brian Willett now in fourth. That means Mason Cotter had to run into some problems there, and Mason Cotter finds himself as low as 7th place right now. Mikey Childress on the bike going into turn 4. And that's a right-hander. What do you think you do better with, right-hander or left-hander? Or in Australia, they run turn right, turn right, turn right. So it's kind of weird watching Australian race. Couple cars back in the back, catching traction here in turn 4. Bikes everywhere right now. Mason Cotter biking into turn 5. That's when you're pushing it right there. Pushing it literally right to the edge. Carson Greco, though, with his hands full. Mikey Childress is not going to hand it to him. And now Jaden Manchester all the way up to third place. But Mason Cotter now back in to that 5th position. And Mason Cotter has got what it takes to win this race if he can get up there and start dicing it up with our leaders. Well, all in all, Mia, this has been a great race. It's been very exciting to watch. And look at this. Our Manchester had to pull off or ran into some impact problems. And now Brian Willett in third place. And that means Mason Cotter is going to be right there as well. Mason Cotter to the inside of turn 5, trying to take the position from Brian Willett. But Brian Willett doing a great job of closing the door and keeping him down there in the inside. And I think that's what Brian Willett's going to have to do because Mason Cotter might be just a little bit faster than he is into the corners. Mason Cotter with a little bump to the rear bumper of Brian Willett. I have a feeling it's going to come down to Brian Willett and Mason Cotter. Mason with a little mistake there in turn 3. The race is going on right here, Mia Chapman, with Brian Willett and Mason Cotter Mason Carter to the outside there, going back to the inside. And this turn is going to be, oh! Brian Willett. Wow. I'm sure he's going to be okay, but wow, what a hard luck. Just a little too hard to inside, caught the cushion, and over he went. Well, there it is. Carson Greco, he's got to be excited. And that is going to be 1, 2, 3. Mikey Childress, Carson Greco, and Mason Cotter. Wow. That's a heat of battle. One little mistake. And next thing you know, you're turtling.
Definitely, yeah. A heartbreaker to happen like that on the last lap with literally just one more corner to go. But that's racing. You know, you're pushing the limits all the time, and you know, it happens.
Mia Chapman, I am definitely a Brian Willett fan. I just admire his strength, his energy that he races with. Weller Cruz already up here. And wow. Carson Greco, we'll talk with him right now. All right, gentlemen, let's get you over here to the podium. Let's get these interviews. And Carson Greco, the man that's triumphant. Great race. Mason Cotter, come on. Well, first of all, crowd, 16 cars out there. Was that not a great race or what? This was an exceptional race right here. And, man, Mason, let's start it off with you. It just always comes down to you and Brian Willett out there in any race, whichever race you guys are in. And, man, looks like he had you there. You only had one more corner to get him in, and it's a drag race to the finish. But one mistake right there handed you third place.
Yeah, I mean, I went from 7th to, God, I don't know, 3rd within like the first lap. And if I'm being honest, I probably could have had both of them. Yeah. But that whole mix-up that happened, I went under him, and he came down, and we collided. I went straight into the big tractor tire, and everyone passed me. I got going again, and I hit so hard my steering wheel was actually sideways when I had no four-wheel drive until the caution. So once we got to the caution, I just stopped and shut my car off, thinking hopefully it'll fix it, and I turned it on, and it fixed it. And I don't know what place I was in at the restart there, but that was a super difficult race. I feel like a few more laps, it would have been close for us three.
Well, you definitely drove like you were a man on a mission. You had something to prove there, and it definitely showed. And I think the rest of the field, including Brian, could feel you just coming through like a freight train.
Yeah, that was a hard race. I was expecting. I mean, I didn't do good in qualifying. So I got like 7th, so I had to start 4th row. and then made my way up on like the first lap because everybody was just tangling up. I went underneath and was in third, and it was just I just needed Hoosier, Method, my dad, Brad, James, and everybody else who helps me.
Well, make some noise for a great race out here. Mason Connor doing a great job. But this one from a long line of off-road racing history, Mikey Childress. And I know you got a lot of people, when you see it on the Rumble, man, they're chiming in and they're saying, go Mikey. But, man, dude, you were solid this whole race. You were able to avoid a lot of the carnage that was going on out there. And you stayed clean, and you got it here to second place. But, man, Greco was tough.
Yeah, didn't qualify too great, so we got off the start there. Couple people tangled up, so we were able to get up to like third or something like that. And then someone broke, and we were just chasing Carson there from there. And then I don't know what happened, but me and Mason got tied up a little bit. And then somehow someone else got to my inside, and they got tangled up with me too. Almost flipped it, but we got to third, so I'm happy.
Man, it was exciting. I mean, you never want to see somebody got it, but man, you were on the bike really hard, yeah. But you were on the bike pretty hard, yes, second place. But yes, indeed, and you were able to get that car back down and get right back in it and get right back in the battle.
Yeah, tried one more thing and threw it into the corner, trying to make a pass here on Carson, and we two-wheel in the whole corner, so that was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool, spectacular to watch. I saw it. You hear me go, oh, and you saved it. All right, well, let's talk about the people you want to say thank you to.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my grandma, Uncle Clamp for helping me get the car together, City Service Paving, Toys for Chuck, Splendid Canna, MPI, Seal Savers, Fuel Factory. Shoot, who else am I forgetting? I know I'm forgetting a bunch, but everybody who helps me out, I really appreciate it.
Hey, everybody, Mikey Childress, second place here in this race. But the man that was he was right there when he needed to be, Carson Greco, another win, man. And you got a lot of fan base out here, man. They are big fans of yours.
Yeah.
Well, tell us about the race, man. You heard the East commentary. Tell us about it from you, because you had to be there when all that carnage was going, and you were there to pick it up.
Yeah, it sucks for Warner, but happens. You were pushing me, but just drove away a little bit.
Well, I don't know if you pulled too far, but, man, you pulled it far enough that they really had to shuffle to get you in. There was a lot of shuffling going around behind you.
Yeah, it was a little tricky.
All right, well, very good. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom and dad, Arnar Steele, 2X Motorsports, and all my family and friends.
Well, Carson Greco, your winner one more time in this class. 16 cars. It was so loud they couldn't even hear me locally, but I know you guys can hear me on the live track feed. Mia Chapman, who do we got coming up next?
We have the Pro Turbo class coming up next.
Well, Mia Chapman, this is the race of the day right here. We've got 2 classes, 2 races left. With the exception of the SR1. No, Jason's already gone. All right. No SR1. I'm totally kidding, everybody. That was a joke. I mean, I wish it wasn't a joke, though. I was really looking forward to see the SR1's triumphant return here to Glen Helen. But I guess it's an Arizona thing. All right. Well, back to racing. This is the Pro Turbo class, and this is Bobby Van Beekem and Jason Weller. Bobby Van Beekem besting Jason Weller during qualifying right after he threw a rock and broke Bobby's finger. So he's driving injured.
Yeah, this is the class with the heavy hitters, the fast guys, and it's always, one of the best races of the day to watch. So it'll be interesting to see Robert and Jason battle it out today and see what happens.
I agree, but the rest of the field, these are no slouches either, though. Dan Kelly out there, man. Dan Kelly, he's a winner. He is definitely the epitome of what we were talking about, win or break. And Dan Kelly, I mean, wait till you see this man. It's like he's going to be late for up north, and he comes all the way down to race with us here at Core. Connor Maxwell, a great racer as well. Chase Mankin, we've been seeing Chase all weekend long doing absolutely a fabulous job holding things down. Braden Baker, another winner from an earlier race, kept it solid, and Braden Baker has what it takes as well in this turbo class. Steve Hoffman and a racer, Jaden Gerber rounding off the 4th and 5th row respectively. And Steve Hoffman, let me see if I got it just right. Lap side, wait. Sight lap Steve Hoffman. So, and I think I'm the only one that put all of them together. So he used to be called, one was Sight lap Steve, and then it became Steve Krashelhoff. So I'm the only one to combine the two. It's just kind of natural to say Sight lap Steve Krashelhoff. Respectfully. All right. Well, there is quite a stacked field of cars. These are the Pro Turbos, Jason Weller of Weller Racing, and they're just going to peel off and get right to it. So Bobby Van Beekem and Jason Weller side by side. Green flag, nobody jumped, looking great. And Dan Kelly in that Willwood car. Dan Kelly already up to second place, and I don't see Jason Weller. There he is. Jason Weller now settling for 4th because of Arcana in 3rd place. No surprise to see Bobby Van Beekem out front early. Our number 1 qualifier by a mere 100th of a second. And you can tell it's the pros, just a little heavier into turn 5 there. So Jason Weller already got around Kyle Arcana. And now Jason has set aside on a very tough and hard to pass Dan Kelly. And now look at this, Steve Hoffman getting up to 4th place already, that bright red car. Maybe I need to tease him a little sooner. Look at his drive right now. What an aggressive pass on the outside of Dan Kelly.
Yeah, these guys, they race each other and they race each other hard.
We were talking about Dan Kelly bike, and he's already flipped over in turn 5. Oh, that is too bad to see that. Durability check. That's what Dad will call it. Well, that would be his tie rod. That would be his steering tie rod hanging out over there. So, and look, he's still in the gas. Dan Kelly is just, he's cut from a, I'd like to say he's cut from a different cookie, but he's not. I mean, look at this. He is still out there, knowing dang well he's not going to be able to get that car to perform. And, what? Dude. Dan Kelly. What do they always say? Bless his heart. Dan Kelly is, I just got done saying, he is definitely a win it or break it. And there he is sitting at, man. I think every racer needs to go to the Dan Kelly Racer School. Either to learn what not to be or to learn what a part to be. You know what I mean? He's amazing. I love watching Dan Kelly, man. But right now, back to the battle we were waiting for. Between Jason Weller and Bobby Van Beekem. Mia Chapman, I've got to do it to you. You know, Bobby Van Beekem with a mistake opens the door wide open for Jason Weller. And looking at the teleprompter right here, Bobby Van Beekem back in the straightaway. Broke my finger, Jason. What a race we got on our hands now. Las Vegas right now. I'll give you my opinion. I have to start this with both drivers are equally talented, as you see there, and they both have extreme different driving styles. Jason, very smooth, very planned, very articulate. Bobby, always on the edge of braking, always on the edge of braking. Now, that's not because of his driving style, but that's because he has to really push that equipment to stay ahead of Jason Weller, the smooth driver of the two. But I am going to go with Mr. Break It because if he doesn't break, Bobby Van Beekem is arguably one of the fastest drivers of short course racing. So
Yeah, definitely.
And Jason, you know I love you, brother, but Bobby is really driving really good today. And it's amazing that Bobby is driving with a broken finger. And I'm going to go on further to say, I think I'm a safe bet, providing that Bobby has no catastrophic mechanical failure. And we already know Jason's not going to have one drop of mechanical failure. I can't remember the time a Weller car had a mechanical problem, except the last time he lawn darted the current car he's in at Shorty's. But that was driver error, not mechanical error. So there you go. And you know I love both of them too. And if Jason hears that I didn't take him, he's going to have something to say about it. So Bobby Van Beekem, broken finger and all, he is staying out of front of a very hard charging Jason Weller. They're going to take the competition yellow. I don't even know who's in third place they checked out so far. There you go, Kyle Arcanaugh. And where's Sideline Steve? There he is, Sidelap Steve. I won't let this field bunch up, and we'll restack them. So Mia Chapman, so far this race has not failed to deliver.
Yeah, no, definitely not. A little bit of a wild start to start off the race. And now we've got, Bobby and Jason battling it out up front. So I think these next few laps are going to be crucial, but I'm excited to watch and see how it plays out.
Man, Dan Kelly, I would have loved to have seen if he would have rolled there in turn 5. He was simply on fire. And that's what we were talking about, Dan Kelly. He's always one to watch out here. He's going to go. He's going to win spectacularly, or he's going to go out spectacularly. And he is, as well, did not fail to deliver on that.
Absolutely, yeah. He's a fast guy out here, and he's got the talent. It's just a matter of getting the car to the finish and having a little bit of patience. But nonetheless, a fast guy out here for sure.
I just love watching. He
is all or nothing.
He is, yeah. I don't think he has a throttle. I think he has a switch. It goes from 0 to full. Just burp, burp, burp. Yeah. Well, anyhow, we still got a lot of cars in this Pro Turbo class. Who is it going to be, Mia Chapman? Is it going to be Bobby Van Beekem, or is Jason Weller going to hang back patient and take him in the last lap? We're going to find out. Mia's like, don't do that to me. My brother is racing for Bobby. Got to stay neutral. Well, here we go. Steve Hoffman doing a great job keeping it together as well out there. Steve Hoffman at one place as high as third place, so looking great out there. Or fourth place, rather, not quite to third. But all right. Karen J. Howard out there says, Grandma Clamp, super proud. Great job from Mikey Childress out there in second place. And looks like we froze again. Refresh. Boom. Add. Told you. Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the second half. Who is it going to be? Anybody out there room for Bobby Van Beekum? How about people? Jason Weller. All right. The Denny's part of the Weller crew. They are nose to tail. These are the pros. Wait for that green flag. Jason Weller going huge into turn 2 and make some big mistakes, allowing Kyle Argonaut into second place, and the Maxwell car, Connor Maxwell, and Jason Weller now trying to get around Connor Maxwell. They touch. I don't think that was intentional. But Connor Maxwell was not giving Jason Weller the room to come inside, and that's racing. You choose to hold that line, that's going to happen.
It is, yeah, for sure.
But Jason Weller also getting inside of Kyle Argonaut.
Yeah, he really wasted no time getting back up there.
Well, let's hope with that contact that Jason doesn't lose a tire. And at this second, his tire's looking fine, and he's back on the heels of Bobby Van Beekum. It would appear that Jason's car is pushing a little bit. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it would appear. Watch him come in here to turn 6. See how Jason's car seems to skirt a little bit. He has the tires turned, but it doesn't appear like that car, there it is again, is setting right. Oh, Bobby with a little bit of a mistake there. And watch here, this is where you're really going to see Jason's car push, is into turn 6 right here. See how it's pushing a little bit, the tires are going that direction. I mean, it's hard to say, but it would appear that way. You know what I say, if your car is pushing like that? A little more throttle. Well, I will tell you this, Mia Chapman, I don't care what two racers this is. I just care that they are genuinely battling right now. Jason Weller is giving it everything he's got, and I know Bobby is as well, because Bobby knows that that's Jason Weller, and you see it right there. Jason Weller, but Bobby's going to drag race him. What a race. Jason Weller to the inside of turn 2, couldn't make it stick, lifted at the weight. Jason again having to check up as Bobby took that line away. Bobby doing everything he can to hold back Jason Weller, but Jason ain't having it. Jason is now really applying the pressure to Robert Van Beekum.
You know, and that's one of the reasons I love watching the Pro Turbo race so much, is seeing them put pressure on each other and push each other, but keeping it pretty clean.
I mean, they're touching every now and again, but they're not touching hard enough to do any damage to the car. Jason Weller to the inside. Can he make it stick down the front straightaway? Again, looks like that car is pushing from that vantage point. But Jason Weller pulling out all the stops, trying to do everything he can to get around Bobby Van Beekum. Mia Chapman, this is one of the greatest races all day today. Jason Weller to the inside of turn 4. Cannot make it stick. Bobby finds that exit speed. And that's where I think Bobby's got him, is in the exiting the turn. Look at that. You see the car launch forward right there just like it did. Every single turn, Jason carries the speed through the turn. but stays at that. See, no exit change. You see where I'm going with that? But Bobby just, oh, and that's it. Race over. I just looked down, checkered flag flying. Well, what a race that was. And I hate to say it, but I told you, if Van Beekem has no catastrophic failures, he's going to be a victor.
Yeah, no, he was on it today. Big congrats to both of them. That was a super fun race to watch. Definitely my favorite. So, yeah, good race for sure.
That was definitely a great race, and you can see the rain starting to come down. We've got one more class, so I'm going to go down there as fast as I can. Try not to get wet, because the worst thing to be right now is wet and windy, and I'm just about to be miserable. So it is raining, but we told you we were going to race one way or the other, and I'm not going down there until they're practically out of their cars. I'm not going down there to get wet. I ain't trying to get wet. In fact, if somebody could go get me one of those umbrellas, I'd be happy as all hell.
Umbrella, it's gonna flip out. Put that on top of you. It's waterproof.
No.
Where's there an umbrella?
There's a whole bucket of it in the registration trailer. Yes. That's seriously the artifact. And you know whose umbrella was down there? Mine.
Was it really? I thought Jen said she left it.
No. I'm saying it was down there. That's what I said that. All right, hey everybody, they got their helmets off. The small crowd, but what did you guys think about that race? Make some noise for these Warriors. Thank you, thank you. Jeez, there's a tough crowd here today, this weekend. That's all right. A little bit of rain, they bolt out here. No, I hate to tell you, but I'm from that. I don't like the rain either. Well, the only reason I'm not gonna like the rain today is it's going to get me all wet, and then I'm going to be up there in the wind, and I'm going to be more miserable. We only got one more race to go, though, the 40 vets, and that is going to do it. But let's get this interview going. What a great race. What a phenomenal race. They were so close at times. It was unbelievable. And just Bobby with no brakes. Bonsai Bobby Van Beekem. I love it. Well, Kyle Arkinell, let's talk about it, man. I'm going to take this off so I don't look like I'm cold. I am cold. But, man, what a great day of racing. That was a beautiful race. You guys were dicing it up, and you were right there as well.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. First lap, I don't know what happened, but I wanted to do the last corner and completely lost brakes. That's why I took a little detour, but came back, and man, it was a lot of fun out there. The track was really fun. It was a little rutted, but man, the car ran great.
Man, it was definitely exciting to watch. Gave us a lot of work. Being an announcer, if you guys give us a lot to work with, we got a lot to say, and you guys definitely gave us a lot to work for.
Well, that's great. We like to give the people a good show.
All right, well, very good. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
God for keeping me safe. R&R Steel Racing, Danger Zone Off-Road, Arkinell Landscaping, Tronatech, PPEI Tuning, G-Force Racing and Suspension, CA Tech USA, and Injector Dynamics, and my friends and family and everybody else who helps me.
And you make a long trip. Where do you come from?
All the way from Indianapolis.
Man!
2,000 miles. I was like, man, we didn't come all the way out here for nothing. So definitely had to pick up the pace and drive as best I could.
You're out there saying, I didn't come this far to only come this far. I came this far. Well, good for you. Great race.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's talk to this man, Jason Weller. Man, what can we say? Yeah, exactly. Whenever you say Jason Weller, woo! But, wow, did you have your hands full? You were trying to do everything you could. Bobby made himself as wide as possible, seemed to close the door on you every single move you'd make.
Yeah, start on the outside. Turn one, it's got a good line on the inside, but on the outside, it literally just pushes you into the wall. So both starts, I got into that both times. I'm like, oh man. So it was just side set on Bobby, and I got up to him, and his car is like pouring oil out the back. So I'm like pulling tear offs, and it's like it's raining, but it's just oil. So I'm like going through that, and I'm like, it's gonna blow, I think, maybe not. So. And then at first I was diving in on him, and I'm like, I think I can get him. And then he started cutting his lines in, and I'm like, oh man, he's taking my lines. And then he'd do all right, I'll outside inside him, and then he'd be like inside and then sweep out, roll wide, and I'm like, okay, I can't outside inside him. And then every time I go to do something, he'd be there. I'm like, man, I just can't get him. So today I learned a lot though, and tomorrow it's on.
Well, I mean, what would you do? What would you do if you're Bobby Van Beekem? You got Jason Weller. Every time you give a door, your car's right there. You know, I mean, dude, I would do the same exact thing. I'd even go, get out there. You know, I mean, dude, wait till you hear me announce the race. It was like high energy the whole time.
Yeah, it's tough because you get in there and you want to push the issue, but we've been racing so long. You know, he's helped me a ton. I've helped him a ton. We wanted this to be successful, so we don't need to be out there hitting each other and stuff. So it's fun to just battle and not take each other out and just be right there, though. Like, he felt me for sure, even though I wasn't driving him the whole time. So huge thanks to our guys for helping us come out here. I know Corey's probably watching. She's back home, and she's like, hey, it's not worth like taking yourself out, so be careful. So that one's for you. Listen, see. The guys back in the shop, Weller Racing, Can-Am, Full Throttle Battery, Demon Axles, all our fans, all the people here that, it's starting to rain. You guys are all still here in the cold, and the guys in our class, this class is doing well, so keep it up. Thanks.
All right, Jason Weller, everybody, second place. Gonna have to settle because Bobby Van Beekem, broken finger and all, dude, and no brakes. So excited, dude. We did it, Mia Chapman and I said, we know you guys. I said, Mia, I hate to do it. Who are you choosing? And she stayed really neutral, but I didn't. I said, if Bobby doesn't break, I choose Bobby. But you broke, and you still got it done. So, and you know I love you, Jason, so don't get mad at me. But, man, great day. You got it done, and you got it there. Breaks or not, you got it here on top.
Yeah, it was a great race. We going through there. I had a good stride run, and I knew I was pulling. Actually, for once, I was pulling on Jason, which was rare. I had a little better line at first, and then by lap 2, I lost brakes, and I didn't. They'll come back. They'll come back. They didn't come back, so I just started taking different lines to scrub the speed in the corners. I've never done that. I kind of drive that way already, but I drove that way even harder, scaring the crap out of me. My wife would have told me no. I promise you. I want Jason to get my car right now. See, I have 0 brakes. I've never done this before, so it was cool. It was good. It was great battling with Jason. I seen him there every single corner. This turn 5, he was right there every single time. I had just enough drive to pass him on the outside. It was everything I had, though. I'd never lifted. I'm sure he lifted. I didn't lift. It was right there. We were tire to tire. My right tire was on the edge of the crack, and then I just barely got him at the end every single time. So it was a great battle. We had 2 great battles today with all Core. We really want to thank Core for everything they've done. You guys have put on a heck of a race. I'm sorry that the rain today and we lost our crowd, but we just we're all thankful to be here today. We're thankful for the Lord, the man above, who's kept us all safe. And we want to, hey, Trump 24, by the way. Sorry I had with that.
Hey, this is not your political platform.
That's my platform. Sorry, that's my boy. We need him up there. We need to get America great again. So we're doing it one step at a time. Anyway,
make short course great again.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I just want to thank all you guys for coming out, who does here, and thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bobby Van Beekem, everybody, winning with no brakes. And Bobby, I was going to elaborate on your drive there. You had a lot of drive coming out of the corners. If you watch the drone footage, you would just literally launch out of the corners. So your exit speed on the corners was excellent, and you needed that because Jason was right there waiting for you to make a mistake, and no mistakes made. Well, Mia Chapman, we got one more to go. That was quite the race.
I do got a little announcement. We found a wallet up here. It is with us. Carrie Reese, if you're missing your wallet, we have it up here in the announcer's booth.
Terry Reese. Oh, that means we dug through it. The money's not there, but your wallet's here. I'm totally kidding about that. Hopefully the money's still in it. So, hey, we going to beer tonight on Terry. No, I'm just kidding. Terry. What'd you say his name was? Terry what? Reese? Terry Reese? Terry Reese. Come on, man. We got your wallet.
Carrie Reese.
Carrie. Oh, Carrie. A young lady.
No.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, still not? It's a man's wallet? Oh, well. I should just shut up at this point. Man, that's got everything. There it is. Carrie, Kary, Eugene. Carrie, Eugene. Reese, where are you at? We got your wallet. Well, now we can see what he looks like. So if I see him, I say, hey, I got your wallet. Oh, come on. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Just one more race to go. Well, I got to ask somebody for some help every now and again. Sure, Bobby up there giving his political deal. You know what? When you're the title sponsor of a series, say whatever you want. That's all I got to say. I don't think anybody's going to run down there and say, Bobby, no, don't say that. What happened? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I would do that, but, you know, it ain't illegal to talk your political thing on the podium. Freedom of the very thing that we fight for. May not like what we have to say, but you got to hear it anyhow. All right. Well, here we go. 2 cars out there. Terry McBroom and Steve Henson. So Steve Henson and Terry McBroom, we're going to let them have a quick little battle of 40 plus, and I do believe, I know Terry's car is naturally aspirated. I don't know if Steve Henson's car is naturally aspirated. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, is it? Okay, maybe I'm backwards there or wrong. But oh well. Oh, well, that was a big mistake. But thank God for the competition yellow. What? Am I saying it wrong now? I thought that was right. Oh, Terry McBroom with a big, you know. Now it's like we're watching the toddlers drive. The older you get, I think your driving goes away. 40 plus.
Hey, you got nothing to lose. You just go out there and have fun.
Why not? Yep, I agree. Well, we don't care how old you are. If you can drive a car around a track, come on with it out here at Core. Family oriented, and you're getting the whole thing. You're still getting the announcing. You're still getting the drone footage. You're getting the picture. And Terry McBroom seems to be one of the crowd's favorite too. He gets up there, and they're just happy to see Terry out there. I don't want to hear it, Miss Electric Blanket. My toes are numb. Yeah, okay. EB. I'm going to start calling you EB. That's it. I'm just going to start announcing from the blanket now. Okay, coming up. Terry McBroom out front. You got to admit that was funny. Just going to be under here telling y'all. I'm just going to be the talking blanket. Well, me and Chapman, while we got this race going on, what a great Saturday. That's short course racing, though. Short course racing, almost like the WWE of racing.
Definitely, yeah. No, it was a really good day of racing. Awesome races to watch. Like you said, most of them went pretty smoothly. And we were hoping the rain was going to hold off until after the races, but if it just happens on this last one, we'll take it, and hopefully no rain tomorrow.
Again, I find myself having to agree with you. Phenomenal job by the entire core staff. I will promise you this, tomorrow I will be a lot better adequated and prepared, yes. I'm ready to be warm tomorrow. I really, we were talking about manifestation earlier, and I really think I brought the cold when I left my jacket at the shop. I literally looked down and said, oh, I won't need it. And I could have brought both of them, and I almost did bring both of them. But I have a feeling there's going to be a new one in my repertoire after tonight. Well, you're out there still on Rumble and you're watching with us. Give us your closing statements or questions right here. And if not, we'll see you tomorrow. This is about to be in the history books. We got 12 laps of these two. I think Terry McBroom's going to drive it all the way home. Kerry Reese, where you at, man? Kerry Reese, I got your wallet. I know what you look like. It's at Glen, and Glen will have your wallet at registration. Kerry Reese, where you at, man? You're here. You live here in California. Come on, Kerry. Oh, what happened? We got a semi-turtle out on the race course. So somebody tell Terry McBroom to just sidestep it going into turn 5 there. I don't think anybody's in any imminent danger with Terry coming through. Terry already looking over. No flag necessary. He should just stop, look over. Come on, we got a few more laps. There he is. Little white puff of smoke coming out of the back of that car. Probably about ready for a rebuild if that type of smoke's coming out. Production, custom steel fabrication. And we can't forget about Hoosier Racing Tires and Jay-Z Racing for making sure we got Hoosier on board this year. HMD, the vehicle wrap stickers and banners that we have out here for Core. And Richie's T-shirts, printing and embroidery, makes all the Core merchandise, the hats, the shirts, everything that we're wearing with Core on it. And I am such a fan of our swag here at Core. I love the sublimated heat transfers that we have here. And I haven't decided, is the heat transfers better than the right straight up printing? I don't know.
I think I definitely like them a little more. I feel like they hold up a little better and they look more seamless and smooth.
Well, definitely a much sharper picture of whatever the image is you're trying to print. I mean, you can literally take a picture of you and transfer it right to a shirt and it'd be really tough. The way of the future. I mean, these shirts can be done a lot faster, a lot easier, and just as fast as you can print the heat transfer. I think that the printing of the heat transfer is the hardest thing of the whole step. So, and you can feel that rain and moisture coming in now. And I knew it was going to come this direction too, right in our face. I just knew it. Oh, geez. That might be a little bit of a microburst. Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow.
We're gonna get blown over.
Well, Mia Chapman. Well, thank all you guys and girls that stuck around for us, the vets, the old guys. That's all right. Terry's donning the cowboy hat for this interview. Yeah, you see this? I do. I like the official, unofficial court cowboy hat. And Steve Hansen, a great sportsman as usual. Well, Steve, man, let's start with you. You never fail to put on a show, my man. It's like if you can't show, you ain't racing.
Nope, I guess not. I mean, wasn't the plan. Spun out in that corner twice, and second time ended up on the lid. So
you like half turtled it. Like we call it a full turtle if you're on the lid, but you half turtled it.
Well, I figured he told me earlier in the pits he's 10 years older than me, so I had to take a nap. So I laid down for a minute. The core grew as great as they are. They need to get a gym routine because it took them twice to get me upright. I know I'm a big girl, but whatever. So.
Fat girl problems. I love it.
I know, yeah. So, thank Metal Havoc back home, Washington State. My beautiful wife. Yeah, well, that's how we roll. Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yeah. I mean, the core organization, they run an upstanding show.
We love having you here, man. On behalf of Core, I can definitely say we love having you here. You're a show, too, by yourself. We can have the Steve Hansen show all night long here. But, all right, well, let's get to the people that make your race program happen.
My wife, Metal Havoc, Sandcraft, vodka.
We'll make some noise for this young man doing a great job. Turtled it and didn't get hurt, didn't hurt the car too bad. Well, we'll see you out here tomorrow. Yep. All right, Terry McBroom. Man, oh, man, you got the cowboy hat on. Great day of racing here. You've been on the podium twice. This one was yours, though. You guys are the only two naturally aspirated old boys out here, but you got to be fun with this win.
Well, I'm still leery on a lot of these turns. I've crashed pretty hard. That car's been totaled and rebuilt. And this man's helped rebuild that car. So I don't like getting sideways unless I have the faith in it, and I think the good Lord's looking out for me right now. There's one thing I want to straighten up. I called my engine tuner Sniffy. It's Sneaky engine tuning. Sniffy is a guy at work. So.
You confused Sniffy with Sneaky? I don't know how the hell you did that.
I don't know. I was probably thinking of going back to work already.
He's already working. Hey, but it's okay. You gotta know what's going on here. It's okay to think both Sniffy and Sneaky.
Well, I want a big shout out to Core. You guys do a great job on the track. All the helpers and all the sponsors. What sponsor money to Core. If we didn't have them, we wouldn't have this kind of racing, and that's a big workload for these guys and you.
Oh, thank you very much. On behalf of Core, we all thank you. We love having you here. We'd love to get you guys a lot of old boys out here. If I was racing, I'd be racing you guys.
Well, I want to thank my sponsors, DBA Construction, Apex Trucking and Cattle Company, Daryl Chaston, mechanic, Factory Edge, Metro Traffic Control, and Sneaky engine tuning.
We got it right the second time.
I want to thank my wife, bearing with me, my boys for helping me. And Double E Racing, a big shout out to Double E because they got these shocks ready in less than a week and got them back to me.
Look, car looks great, man. You're definitely dialed in.
Yeah, I took some coaching from Robert Van Beeken, and now I'm going to see if that guy will help me a little bit more.
I like your style. Well, I'll tell you what, grab that trophy right there, and we're going to close it out here right with this. Been a great day. Round number 4. Saturday is now in the history books, and these old boys ready to go. They got their trophies, but we want to say on behalf of Cord, thank you for tough in the cold. Thank you for tough in the rain, and that's going to do it for me. On behalf of Mia Chapman over there, we're saying peace with no hair grease. We'll see you guys tomorrow.